to how the groups on this side of the table would want to approach the legislature with their proposals moving forward. Why do you think this was wrong? Why do you think this was correct? Rather than just saying up or down as it moves through.
Okay, so you're referring to sort of a lack of like equal discussion and potential like consideration.
Yes, at least, yes. Mm-hmm.
Or at least like verbal consideration and discussion when it comes to the process.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
because I can tell you when I first got into these, 15, 20 years ago, there was some pretty good banter back and forth amongst the review members and the Board of Health about how they really thought things. And I will say the Board of Health, they're professionals into the health, and so they have a little more discussion. But sometimes the discussions from the technical review committee were long and arduous, but probably ended up as a better result.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Got a question. So the people you represent that have to go through the 407 process, is there any concerns about the fee, the $500 fee that they have to, that's incurred by doing the 407 process multiple times or even just once? Is there any issues with that?
I mean, I represent some folks that are pretty tight on cash, but the more than the fee, the year-long process of having people dedicated to being there. Just for example, a lot of these folks are working young parents, and they're just trying to get their job done, and they've done a great thing by volunteering to be a part of the association that represents them. It's hard to get people to put their hand in the air and say, oh, I'll spend 80 to 200 hours in the next 6 to 8 months working on this alongside, some other folks. So I think more when you talk about total resources, money is one thing, but time is another, and it's limited for some of these folks for sure.
And also, you kind of mentioned earlier about how long it takes to go through a 407 process. What do you think would be an adequate time frame? 2 months, 6 months?
I hate to say for sure, but because right now we have a legal requirement of a year. It's supposed to be within a year. And okay, fine. I understand things get in the way and things can take longer. And also one side or the other may wish to say, we would like to step back and take a month to figure out where we're at. I don't know if I could tell you a time, but shorter in most instances would be fine, with the option to be longer if necessary, I guess.
And also what you kind of referred to earlier, the lack of participation.
Yeah.
Do you think the 407 process should be more transparent or public, so people get a chance to see it, and so people actually then might feel more responsible to ask questions if they're now being watched by the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's two sides to that question. I think you could promote this as a way for the general public to get involved. Like say, hey, look, we're looking for folks to come be a part of the process by which licensure is being changed. I'm sure it's hard to get people to volunteer to do that. It seems like the pool has not grown. It's been pretty stale in the past 10 years at least. But also, I think I bet you there aren't 2,000 people in the state of Nebraska that even knows what this is. and I mean, nobody pays attention to what we do for the most part either, but it's something that really should be celebrated as an opportunity to make things done correctly in the public way. Because that's what we're doing. We're going out to the public by the legislature asking for input on how we should do these things.
Maybe one more question.
Sure.
So the people have to go through the industries, the health professions have to go through this 407 process. Do they even think there's a point to it?
So I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. This used to be a fact-finding tool. Now we are just geared up for 3 fights. We come to the technical review committee, there's a fight. We go to the Board of Health, there's a fight. And regardless of what happens, the legislature has to make the change. There's the 3rd fight. So kind of to your point, yeah, what are we doing?
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next we have Rusty with the Nebraska Board of Health Credentialing Review Subcommittee. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. My name is Dr. Russell Crotty, Russellcrotty. I want to thank this committee for taking the time to look into this and for inviting me to testify. I am an optometrist. I practice in Auburn, Nebraska, and I am a member of the Nebraska Board of Health. I'm testifying on behalf of the Nebraska Board of Health and representing their interests with regards to the Nebraska Credentialing Review Program, also known as the 407 process. I wanted to start by, so I've done a decent amount of review of the procedure manual, regs, and statutes, and just want to start by kind of giving a broad overview. The intent of the Credentialing Review Program is cited in Statute 716202 and states, this is to establish guidelines for the regulation of health professions. And an important provision of the current statute is that the legislature believes that all individuals should be permitted to provide a health service, a health-related service, or an environmental service, unless there is an overwhelming need for the state to protect the public from harm. In essence, that's saying that we start from the premise that Nebraska should allow new health services, and the objective should be that the 407 process needs to be improved and can be improved so as to avoid becoming a barrier to timely advancements in healthcare policy in Nebraska. The Board of Health is requesting that several areas are addressed with the 407 process. The Board of Health asked me to chair a subcommittee to develop recommendations to enhance Nebraska's credentialing review program and help ensure a fair and consistent process for all stakeholders. The subcommittee met several times and put together recommendations which were unanimously approved by the Nebraska Board of Health at their March 2024 meeting. I provided you with a handout that provides specific recommendations to help address these concerns and other areas that the Board of Health identifies as needing enhancements. Please note on your handout, each recommendation specifies whether the item would need to be addressed through legislation because it would be a statutory change, whether a recommendation needs to be addressed with a regulatory change, or whether a recommendation needs to be addressed with an update to the Nebraska Credentialing Review Program Administrative Manual. So I'm not going to read all those recommendations, but as a whole, our subcommittee said, let's affect what we can affect. Let's try to improve protocols, procedures, efficiency on what could be changed just within DHHS and the Board of Health. And so we have submitted those, and some changes, as Charity alluded to, have been addressed, and we have continued dialogue with them. They are short-staffed, and we do understand that. They're trying to make those changes. But some things would need legislative attention, and that's why, again, I applaud you all for taking the initiative to run this interim study. I'll touch on the kind of the bold headlines here of some of the things that we requested change. I won't go into detail, and if there's further questions, I'll be happy to answer those. We do feel that there needs to be modifications, clarifications to the criteria on which proposals are to be considered. This would require legislative change. We believe we need to modify and clarify considerations that should be used by review bodies when evaluating how proposals meet or fail to meet each criterion. In the preliminary steps, when we're looking at a review, we feel that it's important to have the proposed language change and where it's located in state statute. It should be a required part of the proposal from the applicant group. As you alluded to, sometimes there are bills that are proposed with language and then a 407 is requested. But other times the 407 is first and we don't have the language that would be changed. We think that should be part of the process to make it more clear to everyone. We believe that we should be notifying the affected licensing boards of the 407 review so that they have the opportunity, if not the expectation, to provide input. Current training, some boards are told, professional licensing boards are told that they're not to intervene with the 407 process, where we feel they are the ones that are dedicated to protecting the well-being and safety of the public and should be sought out for an opinion. A big part of this comes down to orientation about the 407 process. Serving on the Board of Health, I've been on it about 2.5 years and received very little training. There's been a lot of new members that are just kind of learning as they go. And a lot of times they're the ones that are asked to chair the technical review committee without a lot of orientation. So we feel this should be standardized. The technical review committee needs more training and orientation. The Board of Health members need more training and orientation, as well as legislators need more training and orientation about the process. And this is something that came out of our recommendations and is going to be addressed. As far as the selection of the technical review committee, we feel that there need to be protocols for recruiting to enhance opportunities, both to vet the technical review committee volunteers for potential conflicts, as well as just to create a larger pool of volunteers. And we have made suggestions on how to improve this. Provide clear templates or guidelines for the technical review committee, including meeting agendas, process, length of time involved, appropriate engagement with proponents and opponents, and opportunities to amend a proposal. There was some confusion within the Board of Health. We had kind of a tightly contested 407, and there was a tie vote. And so we adjourned. And then our next meeting is 2 months later, we had another tie vote. And so this is just lengthening the process. And throughout we said, can we just have a neutral recommendation? I said, no. And then coming back again, they said, well, maybe. So there's just confusion there. I think we need to clarify whether we can have a neutral opinion and move forward rather than delay. And then clarifying the process of approval for final reports. We just had a 407 come through, and one of our new members said, well, you know, that the third and final report, they adjusted some things, and the director of public health, you know, wrote their opinion. They said, well, seeing her opinion on what they changed, I would have voted that way too. It was changed between step 2 and step 3. Ideally, it would be finalized and figured out during the technical review aspect so that we're all voting on the same proposal. So again, maybe allowing a little more back and forth or discussion during the technical review part of the process before it moves on to step 2 and step 3. And then I alluded to already, provide more comprehensive orientations about the 407 process to legislature. I've heard examples where they might just look at one piece of the process and say, well, how am I going to go against what the technical review committee said? Well, that's kind of showing that they're not maybe putting as much weight into what the Board of Health or the director recommends. They're not looking at it as one piece of 3, but as just an overall recommendation that they're kind of basing their vote off of. Overall, the Board of Health looks forward to continual work with DHHS, with the legislature, and the other allied health groups, including the NMA. We're trying to collaborate on improving this process as a whole. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information or clarification.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. Thank you for being here, Dr. Crowdy. So you had mentioned there is no clarification on how and when a 407 process is requested. Often I know it comes from our committee. The legislature says we're going to request a 407 before we make any decisions on this. So what is the alternative process to that currently? Is you as optometrists can request a 407? Is that like if, you know, there's a mechanism that optometrists would like to use to expand their scope of practice? Can you as optometrists request a 407 or how does that work?
Yeah, speaking as an optometrist, I guess not as a Board of Health member here. We know that any proposal that we come out with will be decently opposed. And so we know that we're going to have to go through a 407 process. So we would submit an application and start that before we would try to, if we do the step of putting it into legislature, creating a bill, we know it'll be contested and requested as a 407. So we would just start with the 407.
Okay, and so you are asking for a specific clarification on what that process would be, whether it would have to come from the legislature?
I think there does need to be clarification, as some of the other testifiers said. It's not really in statute that a 407 is required in all cases.
Okay.
It's kind of become de facto or assumed that that certain ones will need it.
Okay.
And so we just start there. But there should be clarification on which ones are required to go through a 407 and which ones aren't.
And additionally, you mentioned there is no clarification on whether or not a neutral vote is acceptable. Like sometimes it happens where there's a tie vote.
Not very often, but yeah, and some of the contested ones, that was one experience that caused a decent amount of consternation on the board because we had to re-vote on it several meetings in a row. And
Okay.
We were told that we had to have a positive or negative recommendation and that a neutral was not allowed. we think that should probably be clarified in
Sure.
the statute.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'm going to go a little bit where Senator Day was coming from because, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong here, but I thought I heard you say that you need statutory language before the final review, and that seems a little bit.
Cart before the horse type of thing.
Well, you know, I mean, it's almost like having another house to try to look at stuff because then you're back and forth. I think it's out of order.
Yeah, and that's been discussed too, but a lot of times during a technical review, it would give more clarity to the technical review committee on what we're actually trying to change or what we're actually trying to accomplish with a scope enhancement or a new regulation of a health profession. Because the ultimate goal when you're going through a 407 process is to, you know, create a bill and update the statutory language. And so if we had that laid out ahead of time, that would actually be beneficial to make it more clear on what the goal is to get through the 407 process.
But as you all know, on the floor, things change as they go along. So you might get it on Monday and by Friday, it's an adjusted or a compromised or a negotiated difference. My question would be is, if you have staff, why wouldn't that staff person, knowing that the introducing senator, why wouldn't they contact that senator and seek clarification before it ever got to that point? I know you don't have subpoena power, but you certainly have the power to make a phone call and have a meeting or something. Not the whole committee, a representative to find out what was the intent.
I think a lot of times they're going through a 407 before the language is even drafted or created. So it would be more helpful to at least have proposed language or drafted language. Not that it's set in stone, but say this is where we see this enhancement of scope going. This would be the potential proposed language that we would be trying to create. And would just give a little clear direction about, you know, what they're voting on in the technical review committee, what's going to be the actual change that happens in full clarity. I don't know if I answered your question or not, but it was.
I just think it's a much more fluid situation than you're describing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bellard.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, Doctor. On the last page of your handout, you talk about making sure the Health and Human Services Committee is better informed. Do you have any recommendations for that? Because I mean, you're right. We have groups come in and say, hey, this went through the 407 process, but there's a lot of nuance to that, the technical review. Do you have any recommendations to make sure that we're better equipped to make those kinds of decisions?
Could you repeat the first part of it?
So on your handout, you say making sure there's a comprehensive orientation for the Health and Human Services Committee. Do you have any recommendations, or can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think going from no orientation to any orientation would be a good step. I just think there's been turnover, and a lot of it boils down to staffing issues. And so there's been people, as we've said, this formed in 1985, and so there was people that were just knew it in and out because they've been here a long time, and those people have since transitioned, and we keep hiring new people, and it's a lot of nuances and technicalities, and I don't feel like we as the Board of Health are as informed as we should be, and so we look to guidance from Health and Human Services, and they have a lot of turnover and new people, and so it's hard to get clear answers. So we just need to have a standardized orientation and outline that gets spread evenly and to all parties involved.
Yeah, thank you.
I got a couple questions. How much do you get paid to do this?
It's a lot, let me tell you. We get reimbursed mileage, and we get $20 per day per diem for Board of Health meetings.
So we have to travel. That's not so much like if you're on a Zoom meeting. Do you guys do Zoom meetings at all?
Just during COVID, we don't do any Zoom calls unless like for our subcommittee meetings that we're looking at ways to improve the 407 process. We did do Zoom calls for our subcommittee. And again, the $20 per diem.
$20 per diem. Okay.
I believe professional boards and the technical review committee members, I believe, are reimbursed at a little higher rate of $50 per diem for those meetings. It was before I came on the Board of Health that they discussed, everybody was across the board at $20 per diem for meetings, and they talked about raising it, and the Board of Health said, we're not in this for the money. Let's go ahead and allow the professional boards a little higher per diem, but we kept the Board of Health. Again, that was before I was on, but I do agree with that.
We share your sentiment. We don't. They almost get better per diem than we do. Do you think that would help if we addressed? I don't even know if that's ever been like updated or how we reimburse members. If that might encourage more people to be for recruitment, to get people involved in this and maybe get more, not to responsibility, but more people to maybe be a part of the process and feel like now, okay, I'm getting paid a certain amount, and so now I have to make sure that I'm here on time, or I'm being involved, or I'm a part of the meetings, and there's good discussion. But do you think that would help at all? Like maybe update? I think
It's certainly worth looking at, especially for the technical review committee aspect of it. I don't know, for the Board of Health, I don't think most of the professionals would feel like that would make much of a difference. But the technical review committee is volunteer based, and they have, these several meetings that can last several hours. And I know there have been a few 407s where they haven't had a quorum and had to reschedule the meeting because of attendance. And so that could be something worth looking at. That is more of a time commitment. And yeah, potentially updating that would improve attendance and attention to detail.
It might make a difference if we say we're not going to pay you if you don't come to the meeting.
Right.
That might help. And I think you mentioned this already. Excuse me. This is something I'm hoping everybody would kind of bring up, is what you think would be an adequate time frame as opposed to a year.
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be 6 months? Do you think 9 months? Do you think?
I meant to address that. That is in our recommendations. Our subcommittee did meet we realized that it's hard to just give DHHS a list of recommendations and say, implement all this stuff. So my subcommittee did sit down, and we're very close to finishing a draft of proposed language change to the administrative manual and to regs to be able to present to DHHS and say, here's a little more helpful starting point. And in that, we did suggest a 9-month timeline rather than a 12-month timeline. Faster would be even better, but it does get hard when it's a 3-step process. First step, you don't know how many meetings it's going to take, and then it's maybe 2 months between the board of health meeting and vote, and then the director needs a chance to formulate their opinion and write that third report. So it would be tough to streamline it less than 9 months. So that's why we put 9 months in there, but that's still ideally supposed to be the max, not the norm. But we tried to shave 3 months off it. And I think with improved just procedures and protocols that could be done.
In your personal opinion, how do you think state legislators should decide a scope issue if there's no consensus among the three
pieces of information? I tend to think that that's almost every legislative decision, that there's not clear and concise, slam dunk decisions. So ideally, I would rather see them have that orientation so they know how to look at the different criterion that were voted on through the technical review committee and decide for themselves what's most important to them. If it's benefiting the health and well-being of the public and it's not posing a significant threat to the health and well-being of the public, those are two of the criterion. Those, if I was a legislator, I guess that's what I would look at the most, but there are other criterion, but look at each criterion that was voted on favorably and negatively rather than just the total up down of the total technical review vote. I wish that they would, and maybe some do and some don't, take the, the opinion of the Board of Health. Maybe I'm biased that I'm on the Board of Health, but it is, you know, a unique perspective because it has so many different healthcare professions represented. And so that should be a valuable opinion. And then look at the director's report and see which criterion they think are favorable and unfavorable. And see those as three equal pieces of advice. So kind of digging into it more is what I would like to see. And of course, they should probably talk to the people in their district that are represented, proponents and opponents, and formulate their own opinion rather than just looking at any one piece of that, three pieces as being more important than the others, and formulate their opinion like they do for so many other things.
I think that's kind of what we run into as state legislators. Like if it doesn't pass the 407 or even if it's close, it's almost like it's not going anywhere automatically. So
I've had those exact words said to me before is how could I go against what the technical review committee said? Because they see that they put so much time and effort into it that they think what is my opinion to be better than theirs? But I think they do need to look at each piece of those three pieces and look at the details of what's been discussed a little bit more. And I think orientation would help with that.
Not to put you on the spot, but have you noticed any personal bias among the Board of Health or even among the reports when it comes to stuff that goes in front of the 407 process? I know it's a hard thing to kind of counteract because everyone has their own opinion about certain things, but sometimes it's industry-wide when it comes to personal bias. Have you noticed more of that, or has that gotten in the way of decision-making at all? Or is that just kind of part of the process when you have different people in different industries?
I need to represent the Board of Health, not my own personal opinions on this matter.
Just not even with industry, you know,
I think
healthcare profession-wide, right? Not just per se one.
yes, I think there's always going to be bias. And I think there has been and will continue to be for different professions represented. And that's why it's important to have the board be of a unique makeup of multiple professions represented. But to answer your question, yes, I have.
Okay. And if I can ask one more question here. You talked about the orientation process. I think that might be kind of important. Like as state legislators, we have a retreat we have to do every year that takes so many days to help us educate us on the process and maybe what's going to happen for the year and things that might be coming up. Do you think that needs to be improved or something different? Like, do people in the Board of Health need to have a mandatory retreat they have to do once a year to say, okay, this is part of the 407 process is what we need to do, or people in technical review committee need to do the same thing? In your opinion, does that need to be something that needs to happen?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It's my understanding that used to happen with the Board of Health. I've heard it referenced. I was brought on, I think shortly after COVID, about 2.5, 3 years ago. And it was mentioned that had happened in the past. It has not happened since I've been on the board. I think it'd be tough to do it with a technical review committee because they're changing so often. But I guess maybe if they chose to be a volunteer, a one-time thing to kind of really get them understanding of the process would be good. And as I said, a lot of times, the volunteer that's like, I guess I'll be the chair of the technical review committee, they've never done it before and they barely understand the process when they're new on the board and they're kind of figuring it out as they go. So yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. And I think it's something that just got lost, and not to blame everything on COVID, but that's part of it, I think.
Okay. I think that might help make things maybe just the education process, but to make things more efficient in the beginning, is having maybe the three entities maybe even coming together as one, saying, okay, this is how the 407 process, GHHS comes and talks about the 407 process, or even state legislature from the committee comes and says that how we deal with the decision-making process we have to make based on your reports. Maybe something like that might help too. So
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Amy Reynoldson, NMA. Welcome, Amy. Thanks for
Yes,
coming.
yeah, I'm not Amy. That was self-explanatory. Chair Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is David Ingvoldstad, DAVID, I'm an ophthalmologist in Omaha and the current president of the Nebraska Medical Association, which represents approximately 3,000 physicians, residents, and medical students in Nebraska. I want to thank the committee for introducing this study and for inviting input on the 407 process. First, I'd like to emphasize how valuable we feel the pre-legislative process is. When proposals to change or establish scope of practice are brought forward, it is vital that they be vetted to ensure the respective practitioners have skills, training, and oversight to protect patients. In the NMA's experience, Nebraska has benefited from the 407 process as it has subjected these types of proposals to the scrutiny of multiple healthcare disciplines and encouraged healthy debate by those most appropriately positioned to consider the issues. The NMA engages in almost every 407 review, including 12 proposals over the last 6 years, of which we've been involved with. As leaders of the healthcare team, the NMA believes that physicians have an important role to play in the credentialing review process. In our experience, the process works best when, one, interested parties engage in the process early, even before the first meeting of the technical review committee in a collaborative way. Two, when the applicant group is receptive to input. This was the NMA's experience with the recent credentialing review process for the athletic trainers, EMS, medical nutrition therapists, pharmacy technicians, and respiratory therapists, all of which resulted in successful legislative proposals with strong consensus. While we strongly believe in the 407 process, we also acknowledge that there have been challenges with the process, and we see opportunities to strengthen it. In August 2023, the NMA convened a stakeholder group to discuss challenges and opportunities to strengthen the 407 process. This group included representatives from across the healthcare professions and lobbying groups who recently navigated the credentialing review. Across these groups, we observe a number of similar concerns, including the confusion, which interrupts the 407 criteria, inconsistencies in the way that the process has been run from meeting to meeting. As DHHS considers administrative changes and this committee considers legislative changes, the NMA would like to see statutory clarification of the 407 criteria so proposals are evaluated consistently, thoroughly, and based on objective data and patient safety. Administrative policies for appointing robust technical review committees made up of professionals who are engaged, curious, and have the appropriate background to evaluate the respective proposal. And in addition, have no vested interest in the outcome of the proposal and no conflict of interest. Administrative policies for disclosing potential conflict of interest on the Technical Review Committee and Board of Health would also be warranted. Administrative policies for ensuring the Technical Review Committee chair and members, as well as the Board of Health members, are appropriately trained to facilitate and decide each credentialing review. Additionally, the NMA believes that it is appropriate and necessary for the Chief Medical Officer to be involved in the evaluation of each credentialing review. Until very recently, DHH's practice has been for the CMO to issue a report at the conclusion of the 407 review. As the senior medical authority in the state, the NMA believes the Chief Medical Officer is uniquely qualified to thoroughly, objectively evaluate proposals related to scope of practice. The three-step evaluation process, first by TRC, then the Board of Health, and finally the CMO, has been proven to be balanced, effective, and thorough over the last 40 years. The NMA appreciates your interest in maintaining and improving the credentialing review process, and we look forward to partnering with you and our allied health professionals to ensure this process benefits Nebraskans for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Sarah Ketmo.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
This is quite the comparison. I would say we have the two hottest 407 contenders, ophthalmologists and optometrists.
It's just coincidental. I happen to be president of the NMA this year.
For those that don't know, I ran away from that one. Senator Walls, she brought a bill one year the eyeball bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was gross. The optometrists and ophthalmologists tried to gross me out.
It's the tattoo bill.
As it was the tattoo bill, as did my dear colleague, the chair of the committee. Every time I went and look at the pictures, he would just make sure that they were in my line of sight. So, but so the 407 process, do you think that it's too physician heavy?
I do not. And in fact, we have concerns about the makeup of the committees. It's a little bit of a catch-22 because allied health professionals and or physicians are often the most qualified to evaluate these procedures. And so we think both parties should be involved. What we have seen in years past is that the makeup of the Technical Review Committee and the Board of Health tends to incorporate majority allied health professionals rather than physicians. And so, we believe that it should be a mixture. The most important thing really would be that we know who may have a conflict of interest on those committees and that that's disclosed and vetted as much as possible. As we know, it's human nature. We all come into things with a little bit of a preconceived notion of what we want the outcome to be, but we want the members to be open to change, whomever they may be.
Who are the allied health professionals?
That would be any health professional who maybe is not a physician, so nurse practitioners, optometrists, physician assistants, all of our partners and colleagues who practice alongside us, but wouldn't be considered medical doctors or physicians.
Okay. And how do you think, it's kind of been asked different ways, but it is our job to decide on the policy changes. However, medicine is complex and medical school is arduous. And so making any changes to medical process and procedure needs to be judicious, but also we have to keep in mind the balance of those that are making the recommendations to us having a conflict of interest. So how would you suggest that piece being addressed? Because we need the medical expertise of those involved in the 407 process, but how do we remove that conflict?
Right. I mean, I think, to be honest, it's virtually impossible to remove every conflict of interest. I think we have to do the best we can to vet the people on the committee. Maybe that's an interview process in the beginning. And I think those are some of the details that we would like to see come to fruition after we review this process and help to create a new 407 process, which would include the recruiting of folks to be on those committees, and maybe even some committee members, if they have an obvious, recusing themselves from a vote or something of that nature.
Are we, and you might not know the answer to this, I don't, so are we allowed to recruit members to the committees that are out of state? So if we're looking for an optometrist and ophthalmologist bill,
Right.
or 407, and we're looking to remove that conflict, it would perhaps make sense to bring somebody who doesn't practice in the state to be the expertise on the committee for that particular issue.
That I don't know the answer to that question. I would say that, I can speak to the optometry-ophthalmology issue, and we've had folks from out of state come testify and things of that nature who may have specific expertise in one area. I do feel that as far as committee members and folks who are really spending a lot of time on the issue, most of this should be Nebraskans because we understand the process and patients in Nebraska. We understand the needs in Nebraska better than someone from another state would because ours are specific to our state.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Ballard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here, Doctor. You said in your testimony that the 407 is most successful when there's collaboration before the process even starts. How often does that happen?
I think we've seen it more and more in recent years. Some of the allied professionals that I mentioned, athletic trainers and the EMS, we collaborated with them. And in my experience with optometry and ophthalmology, we have had meetings prior to the process in the past. Sometimes you can come to some, useful information, and sometimes you do hit a stalemate. But I think it's worth trying because I think, the more narrowed down or sort of ferreted out that proposal is, the easier it's going to be for the committee to make a decision rather than having a really broad, confusing ask. So I think It has happened in the past. I think it could be better.
And there has been some testimony earlier today that the 407 used to be fact finding. And do you think the process still works that way? Or do you think it's more of I think the word was a fight at every step?
I guess I'm a little bit of an optimist, and I never view it as a fight. It can feel that way. From my perspective as a physician coming forward, our goal is to bring facts to those meetings. When we've given opportunity to testify, for example, it's very important to stay objective and stay fact-based. And there are areas where we as the NMA are going to agree and collaborate with various things, and there are areas where we're absolutely going to disagree based on facts, based on education and training, based on safety and protecting patient safety in our state, and maintaining Nebraska as a place that people really want to practice medicine because of that.
And one more question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. And please push back on this question of, there's this argument that the 407 is used as a protection for certain industries. What's your comment?
I would say that in some way that's probably true, because this is a very important topic issue when we're talking about patient care, invasive procedures. There should be some protection of the public. Now, should it be so arduous that it's just going to block every single thing? No. And I think that's why part of the reason we're here, we'd like to see the process improved and streamlined as well. But we don't want it to become a watered down process. We think it's an extremely important process. And we hear that from senators. I do agree with some education, so senators can make some decisions on their own as well. I think that's a great idea that's been brought forward. At the same time, when we talk with senators, many of them really value that process, and they would value it even more and get more out of it if the process was improved. So should it be a blockade for everything? No, but should it be very thoughtful and a fairly extensive process? I do believe that.
Okay, thank you for being here, Doctor.
Thank you.
Senator Walls.
Thank you. This is kind of a long question.
Yes.
But as legislators, I think our number one concern is just making sure that we're keeping people in Nebraska healthy and safe. And currently you take into account when making decisions, the skills and the training and the oversight. So my question is, when making those decisions, do you take into account like possibly the lack of services that are available, especially in rural areas, when you're making those decisions? And do you think that there should also be maybe like a plan of action if you make a decision to, not expand a scope of practice? Do you think that there could be or should be a plan of action on how you're going to make sure that people are receiving access to healthcare? Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
completely. It's a great question, and it's one that is the NMA's priority is access to healthcare. And, for example, we're seeing a shortage of primary care access in our state in rural Nebraska and even some urban areas. And so it's really imperative that we fill those gaps. At the same time, we want to make sure it's done in a safe way. And so we cannot do what we do. We cannot take care of all the patients in Nebraska without our allied health partners. It's a fact of life. And so we have to work with them, expand scope where it's appropriate, for sure. And we've done that in the past. And at the same time, I think we have to evaluate each of these issues based on, is there an alternative path? If there really is a need, is the scope expansion going to, number one, actually address that need? Or is it sort of actually that need is not actually being addressed by the specific scope being asked for? And that's part of the 407's, I think, process, is to look at the data and say, okay, where are the gaps and what are the procedures or access issues in that area, and what expanding, are there practitioners in that area that would actually do those procedures, or actually be able to provide that? Or is it something that's still going to be so specialized it's going to have to go to a major city area? So I think yes, there's access concern, and that's why we're always willing to look at these proposals and collaborate with our partners in healthcare to come up with solutions.
Thank you.
So if I'm correct, each the technical review, the Board of Health, and the director have to give a report, correct?
Correct.
Is there maybe I'm just more unsure, is there an ability for maybe certain members to give, almost like the Supreme Court, give a dissenting opinion?
It's a great question, and I don't know the answer to that. I haven't seen that in the past occur. My understanding is that it's a consensus from the committee that comes forward, as close as they can get to a consensus. And it's obviously written on the side of the up or down vote of the committee. So, there may be a significant number of non-majority of members who don't disagree, but I think that in past, when I've seen those reports come forward, the more unanimous the committee is, the more definitive the report is. So there's probably some, nuance to how the report is written, depending on how the committee votes, would be my guess. But I don't know if that's allowed or not.
Okay, so
Certainly something we could look into and get back to you.
I asked that because it seems like one of the concerns I've seen, I've heard from others, maybe members of the committee or senators in the past, has been, how do you control personal bias?
Mm-hmm.
I think Senator Ballard is kind of alluding to that a little bit already. And so I know you can't, right? It's difficult. And I think even to kind of mention that in some of your recommendations, which I might ask you about here in a second. And so I'm trying to figure out if there's some way to give us senators, instead of where it might be not so much a split vote, where there might be some people who have maybe some legitimate concerns about something that's going through the Board of Health or technical review process, where they disagree with something, their ability to officially give their opinion on something.
Right.
So it kind of gives us, instead of just one report, maybe some other opinions on something. So I'm trying to figure out if there's some other way we can maybe control personal bias sometimes. And with some of your recommendations, you say appropriate background to evaluate the respective proposal. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, that's a great question, and I don't have the answer. And I think that's something we have to look at too, because in the past it's been a history of some medical, either you're involved in a medical profession or have some intimate knowledge of the medical system. And I think that's important to have those members on the committees. But I also think it's important to have some non-medical people, but maybe people who have been identified as those who have an interest in the topic or an unbiased interest, which again is impossible in some cases, and also the ability to really evaluate the issue critically. So maybe you don't want to make barriers to applications too hard, because it's already hard to find committee members, and I think you look at incentives that you asked about earlier, as pay or those kind of things to keep people engaged and involved. But what I want to see in a member is not necessarily that they're a physician or an allied health professional, but they're a person with a background that can think analytically about a new issue. And so I think it's possible to evaluate this issue as a non-medical provider if you have also adequate time for testimony from both sides of the proponent and opponent group to give data and give some of the objective information and then make a decision based on that.
Because I can answer that a little bit, because I know we've seen in the past maybe some issues with maybe nurse estheticians or nurse practitioners, concerns they might have about maybe medical doctors who maybe don't want to expand their scope of practice for some certain reasons, and they see there's some issues with that with the Board of Health and their opinions, and there's some concern about personal bias with that as well. But you would have appropriate background to evaluate the respective proposal, but there might also be personal bias and not to expand scope of practice for certain reasons. So also, one other thing, in addition, have no vested interest in the outcome of the proposal and no conflicts of interest. That's a difficult one.
Yeah, that's a kind of pie in the sky request.
Yeah, so I think it's a good point, but I think it's difficult to make that happen, I guess, in some ways. So I'm trying to figure out a way, maybe if there is, but just a opinion of mine, I guess. And also, I'm going to ask you this question too. Instead of a year, what's a good time frame, do you think?
I think my short answer is as much time as it takes to properly vet the issue. But I also understand it can't drag on for 2 years. And we don't want to see it as just an automatic roadblock. I think 9 months sounds reasonable. I think maybe a different way to look at it would be what's the number of, for the technical review committee, how many meetings should they have and how long should the meetings approximately be? I know that depends, each meeting's different depending on the topics and the testimony, et cetera. But I think looking at that process and how long should it really take for this to happen, and I think if 9 months is sort of the goal, I think that sounds reasonable.
Okay. And also can I ask you about in your opinion, how much people on the technical review board or people on the board of health get paid? Do you think that should be increased? To encourage participation possibly?
I do. I mean, I think, as you mentioned, you had a great point. Not that the pay is going to be a huge incentive where it's going to be a money-making operation, but it probably gives some sense of responsibility to the committee, to the board to show up on time, and also to defray some of the costs of taking off time from work, travel, all of those things, because I'm sure that is a impediment for some people to want to serve on these boards. So even if it's enough to make a dent in what they're losing by spending that time from their family, from their job, et cetera, I think it's definitely something to look at.
Okay, right. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Senator Day.
Sorry, I just have one more for you. So I've been a senator for 4 years. I've been on this committee for 4 years. As I understand it, the 407 process was created as a way to protect public health, right? And to take really important decisions about scope of practice, medical practice, out of the hands of politicians and put it into hands of medical professionals, right? That's ultimately the goal of the 407 process. And it appears that the process may not be perfect, but it's still an important process to keep in place, is what I'm hearing from your testimony. It provides a critical barrier. I guess maybe barrier is the wrong word, but a way to create a more professional opinion around scope of practice from a medical practitioner's perspective, or several medical practitioners' perspectives, instead of it just being determined by us, because I'm not a doctor and maybe shouldn't be making these types of decisions. Is that how you see the 407 process, or
Exactly.
as it was created?
Yes, I think that's
Okay.
an accurate description of the reason that it was created. My understanding is lawmakers and committees were having difficulty determining really what the issue, what the specifics and what the safety concerns of each issue were, with a number of proposals and bills coming across desks. It was a way to help give some clarification as to what's appropriate and what's not.
Okay, thank you. And then, so I was talking to a nurse the other day about, she represents her association. She talks about how within their association, sometimes they have differing opinions on specific pieces of legislation. How do you decide as an association what your official position is on a bill if you're going to come in and testify? And she said that it will always come down to essentially a code of ethics or a code of conduct that they are beholden to as medical professionals. Do you feel like that is also factored in when these technical review boards are making decisions about whether they are going to approve or disapprove a 407? I guess it's hard for me to articulate, right? I understand the idea of having a dissenting opinion, right? But ultimately, do you feel like the process adheres to what is a code of ethics or a code of conduct for physicians in general, or medical practitioners in general?
I think the process does. I can speak for our own society, the Nebraska Medical Association. There are a lot of decisions that we make and positions that we take that not all of our members agree upon. At the same time, we're not the Board of Medicine, we're not the governing board for our organization or our physicians. We serve a different role, an advocacy role, education role, and patient outreach role. So when we take a position on an issue, we get the input from our members and we try to come up with our best way to represent all of our members equally. And so some things it's almost unanimous. We always have members who disagree or agree, or even with the scope of practice expansion, we have people on both sides of certain issues. But we do our best to get the input from our members to determine what's appropriate. But from a regulatory, we're not regulating our profession, and that's the board, the various board level. We also don't believe that those boards should be advocating for legislative change. The Board of Medicine shouldn't be, advocating or coming to these. It's much like the nursing board. Really, probably it's not their role to be advocates for the profession; it's to regulate the profession.
Right. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next up is Holly Chandler, Nebraska Association of Nurse Anesthetists. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Holly Chandler, HOLLYCHANDLER. And I am an associate professor and faculty at Bryan College of Health Sciences School of Nurse Anesthesia. I'm also a member and past president of the Nebraska Association of Nurse Anesthetists, or NANA. I was asked to speak today as someone who was a co-lead in NANA's opposition to the new credentialing application for anesthesiologist assistants, which went through credentialing review in 2023. I would like to start by saying that while the credentialing review program is not perfect, NANA appreciated the opportunity to let our position and arguments be known throughout the process. By engaging in the program, we were better able to understand the proponents' reasoning for introduction and show how NANA was working through alternate means to address the issues raised. We recognize the program was designed to serve and protect public health in our state to provide a thorough review and analysis of those seeking new credentialing or those looking to alter their scope. The program's purpose is also to help advise the legislature as to public policy changes that best respond to the evolving healthcare environment. As an educator, my job is to conduct and promote analysis, introspection, and improvement among my students and within my curriculum. Keeping that in mind, I'd like to apply the same approach to the credentialing review program. What went well, what did not go well, and how might we make it better? During our process, there were moments of confusion and concern. First, I would like to mention that the statutory criteria are confusing and resulted in questions and concerns during each stage of the process. Much of the confusion involves the double negatives that are included in the criteria. Yes votes on certain criteria actually represent reasons why a proposal would not be in the best interests of the state or support the status quo. And some no votes indicate reviewers actually do support a proposed change. The confusing wording led to revotes and the need for clarifications at both the Technical Review Committee and the Board of Health Review Committee and the Board of Health meeting in order to be assured each member voted as they had intended. Second, it is worth mentioning the prolonged time involved in the review process. A year seems like a broad time frame. I feel the review timeline could and should be shorter. During the AA application review, a lot of time elapsed between meetings, and we wound up interacting with 3 different chief medical officers at DHHS. A more concise and defined timeline may help all interested parties to plan their schedules and manage the time commitments involved in the review process. Last, I would like to mention the lack of opportunity during the 407 process for each side to collaborate with reviewers in an effort to identify common ground or alternative solutions that could be offered to the legislature. The format of meetings is largely confrontational or oppositional, leaving reviewers to essentially choose sides in a debate. Despite our opposition to the AA proposal, NANA seeks to find ways to improve delivery of service and provider relations and would like the program to evolve into a process where collaboration and compromise are promoted and encouraged. The credentialing review program was intended to be a detailed and informative process to educate state senators about proposals for new and changing scopes. Unfortunately, through the inconsistencies and the contentious nature of the process, the current 407 process currently merits improvement. It is worth noting that while some operational administrative changes to 407 are being addressed internally by Nebraska DHHS, your committee and the legislature will be asked next session to adopt criteria that are clearer in intent and direction. Once the legislature has provided greater clarity on the criteria, it would be helpful to keep in mind the credentialing review program is advisory, and opinions and recommendations from reviewers about contentious proposals may be divided, just as they are in the legislature. By emphasizing a comprehensive report, in addition to votes, you as state senators could have a better picture of how and why committee and board members voted the way they did, so you can make the most informed decision. As technology and education advances, having a clear, collaborative, and credible process in place would improve care and access for Nebraska citizens. With a focus on public health and safety, we politely ask that you review and provide feedback on the recommended changes and support legislative efforts to improve the criterion process. Thank you for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman Henson. Thank you for being here. My observation is that oftentimes a surgical case in urban America is done by anesthesiologists, and maybe the same case done in rural Nebraska is done by a nurse anesthetist. So my question here would be, is there a different outcome, which would be the thing that I would want to look at? I also am aware of the issue between the nurse anesthetist and the anesthesiologist assistants that has, I don't know whether that's gone to the 407, but I know that it was quite controversial a year ago. I don't know, you mentioned that, I think, in your remarks, but I don't know whether you want to. Is that an issue of domain, or is that an issue of clinical competence, or is that an issue of economics? And how does that play out regardless of the 407, which should, in my opinion, not be economic at all, it should be clinical strictly.
I appreciate your question, Senator Reapy. We did go through a 407 and did obtain votes from all three entities, and that is on the DHHS website. And we'd love for you all to go and review it. I don't have enough time, I don't think, Senator Hansen, to go through all of the.
You got 30 seconds.
Yeah. The ins and outs of urban versus rural anesthesia delivery care. I'd love to meet with you privately, though, and tell you all about it. If I could do that, I'd be happy to.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you brought up a good point. I think this is a question I asked earlier about a comprehensive report and the ability for us to get maybe a better understanding of differentiating opinions of people on the board or the technical review committee. So a lot of times we just get like a yes or no. They approved it, they didn't approve it. And then we go through the process, right? So sometimes maybe a concise report with maybe some dissenting opinions might be helpful as well, I think. And maybe an explanation of why they think they would, the way they voted, if they so choose to make that public in more of a official report, I guess, would be. I'm trying to find a way to control personal bias. It's always difficult whenever we're dealing with, different subjects, whether it's ophthalmology or whether it's, nail technicians or hairstylists, right? They have to go through a 407 process.
I agree. And I think that in our case, I do remember the proponents asking each member to weigh in on why they voted the way they did. And so not only did we have their vote, but then the rationale for why they voted the way they did. And I think that was really helpful for both the proponents and opponents, and then would be helpful for senators as well to see why did you vote the way you did? What was your rationale? But I don't think that happens in every 407. So to go back to, redoing the process, if that is a requirement and it's written down somewhere in a playbook, then that would be helpful.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd make it so much a requirement as an option if somebody
Right.
so choose. I mean,
Yeah.
to give their opinion, that make it more formal, I guess.
Yeah, I know in our case, the director had a very thorough summary along with his vote, and that was nice to have.
Okay.
And I would assume very helpful for the senators.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Dr. Nikki Kopetsky, Speech Language Hearing Association. Did I say that right, Kopetsky?
It is. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I married into it.
Okay,
My main name is Burns, B-U-R-N-S, so it was a tough.
sorry to hear that. We have Kopetskys, I think, I'm from Schuyler, so we have Kopetskys around that area.
Yes, they are probably my husband's relatives.
Okay,
Yeah, I would imagine.
well, the floor is yours.
Okay. Chair Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nikki Kopetsky. That is Nikkikopetzy. I'm an audiologist in Gretna with a practice in Millard. And I'm here today representing the Nebraska Speech Language and Hearing Association, also known as NSHLA. NSHLA is the professional organization for licensed speech language pathologists and audiologists in the state of Nebraska. So that makes me an allied health professional. In 2023, into June of this year, NSHLA was involved in a 407 review regarding practice expansion for the hearing instrument specialists in the state. During this review, we ran into several hurdles that we believe created extra time, effort, and expense for the Department of Health and Human Services, and we think these could have been easily avoided. The first hurdle was a lack of mandatory notification. Although our association was listed as an interested party to the practice expansion proposal, we didn't get outreach from the applicant. NSHLA strongly encourages you all to consider a requirement that if the applicant has listed an interested party, the applicant also be required to reach out to each interested party, asking for comments or concerns prior to the start of the 407 committee meetings. We believe this would vet questions in advance and give the 407 committee an idea of what may be brought up in the process. We think that this would even result in potential opposition being solved or compromised prior to getting into the 407 process. And then, of course, if those concerns or questions could not be resolved or answered, then we would have a forum for continuing discussion. But hopefully we could get most of that done before we're into the 407. In our experience, the 407 committee was greatly surprised to find out that an interested party was strongly opposed to the application. And that was because the first meeting happened and we didn't know about it. So there was no opposition. And so then the next 5 meetings we had were pretty heated. So our recommendation is to require that the applicants notify interested parties prior to the application being submitted. And when the application is submitted, that proof be provided to the department that notification has occurred and the response to the notification. So like either we submitted it and they didn't respond, or they're supportive, or they're opposing, or they're neutral, just so you have an idea of what's coming. The second hurdle in our experience was the actual scheduling of the 407 committee hearings. The scheduling was done by the 407 committee, which is to ensure that they have a quorum. But in our situation, the original scheduling of the final hearing did not occur and was canceled that morning because they could not reach a quorum. This resulted in a lot of time wasted for all the involved parties. That included the committee members who did show for that final hearing and the participants, many of whom traveled from out of state and who had to bear additional expenses to travel yet again. We even had graduate students who were participating in this process who had rearranged their class schedule that had to again rearrange it. And we want to involve people at a young level, so that was unfortunate. Our recommendation for this would be to require that department staff reconfirm a quorum 48 hours prior to each scheduled meeting, and maybe expand the committee member pools to find new committed committee members who want to be involved, in order to increase the chances of meeting a quorum at a meeting. The third hurdle was the optics of what occurred when the quorum was not met. NISHLA was opposed to the application in this situation. When the 407 committee announced that they did not have a quorum, members of the committee exited the room with applicant leaders. Those committee members proceeded to have a private side conversation with the applicant side outside the hearing room. Whether intentional or not, the optics of that situation was that NISHLA was potentially dealing with a biased committee. Leaders on both sides should have been part of that side discussion. Our recommendation in this case would be to ensure that there is adequate procedural training for the committee members and staff for all potential situations, and that the committee understands that it must be as unbiased as possible in reviewing any scope changes. So no process is perfect, but we believe all these concerns can be effectively addressed so that future 407 reviews are both efficient and fair. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I think you make some fair points here. And I think it's good to hear like different opinions, from different people as well. Hopefully kind of make this process better. So I actually appreciate some of the recommendations you made. So
Thanks again for the opportunity.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson, and thank you for being here today. So I'm just going to ask you to maybe walk me through what happened here. So as I'm reading it, the hearing instrument specialists requested a 407. They filled out the application.
Yes, they filled out an
Okay.
application and they listed us as an interested party,
Okay.
but we didn't know that this was even ongoing until our lobbyist brought it to our attention after the first 407 committee meeting.
Okay. So no one at your organization was notified prior to the first meeting.
We didn't receive a notification. Perhaps one got faxed, or I have no idea, but we never received a notification.
Okay. That's helpful.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, Dr. Chris Wolf with the Nebraska Optometric Association.
Well, thank you, Senator Hanson. Thanks, HHS committee, for allowing me some time to talk about the 407 review currently. I'm not going to read my prepared comments for you. I think you can read them for yourselves, but I think it would be helpful for me to address some of the things that I've heard as testimony has gone on. The first one is, as I'm listening to you, you all want truth. Legislators want clear direction in these uncertainties with scope of practice. Senator, today you made a comment of how are we supposed to understand what to do? I don't understand the nuance of this. And so that's a real big challenge. And when I look at Senator Reapy, you had asked about what other states do. I served, well, I guess I should introduce myself. My name is Christopher Wolf, ChristopherWolfe, WOLFE. And I'm an optometrist in Omaha. But sorry, I was excited about what you all had brought up. Senator Reed, you asked what we do in other states, and I served for 4 years as chair of the State Government Relations Committee for the American Optometric Association, and 5 years in addition as a member of that committee. And so I can speak at least from an optometric standpoint what happens in other states. And the vast majority of other states, these decisions are purely made in the legislature. They don't have a review process. I can tell you that Washington does, Colorado does, Vermont does. But the vast majority of other states don't have a review process. It sits with the legislature. So I actually think that our opportunity here in Nebraska is a really good one. I look at the 407 and I think, yeah, there's a really good opportunity to get clarity where we're not having to make political decisions. But I've been through since 2009, I've been through 3 407 reviews as an optometrist, and I can tell you that is not what comes out of a 407 review. Clearly not what comes out of a 407 review. So I'd be happy to answer questions specifically related to any one of our 407 reviews, but in general, what occurs. But I'll also address another question that was brought up is, are physicians have too much input? Or is there too much bias toward a medical doctor? And while there were some comments here, I'll just pose it this way. If the Board of Medicine and Surgery and medical doctors were required to go through a 407 review every single time a new treatment or procedure was proposed or was FDA approved, the Board of Medicine and Surgery would not look the way it does. They would not have blanket carte blanche authority to do anything new. It would be completely adversarial on their realm, likely, and we would see a bog down in the state. The reason the NMA generally likes the 407 review is because it is sticky. It does bias those. They have equal footing to a proponent in every single one of those 407 processes. Now, I think you probably, if I'm going to give you some of kind of just general feedback, there's a 407 process that exists for any allied health profession, dentists, podiatrists, optometrists, nurse anesthetists, not for medical doctors, not for doctors of osteopathy. That's a bias. That's a really significant bias that carries through the entire process. Even on the Board of Health, has 3 physicians that are medical doctors or doctors of osteopathy. No other profession has that on the Board of Health. And so even though they're not the majority, they have a significant pull. The other comment that I would make related to that is when you have a brand new profession, there probably does need to be a technical review committee that is pretty broad in terms of understanding of what a new profession might be required to do. And I also understand that we want to limit bias as much as possible. But once you have a licensed profession with a board that is intended to protect the public with their sole purpose to protect the public, we almost don't engage that board at all through the 407 process statutorily. And we're somehow worried that bias is going to be unmitigatable. And then the reality is we don't really want no bias in licensed professions. We don't want no bias. We want them to bring to the perspective of how long does it take for people of this training to acquire a skill. And when I think about the skill that's required as a dentist or a chiropractor or a cardiologist, I know what skills I have to do. I went through 8 years of training to acquire those skills. But I don't really understand, like, okay, well, can I learn a catheter in 6 weeks? Can I learn it in 6 hours? So I don't understand that. But we don't engage. We treat professionals on those technical review committees all the same. Why wouldn't we treat the board that is entrusted to protect the public from that profession as looking really detailed at that 407 committee? So anyway, I think those are things that I would encourage you all as a committee and as a legislature to really think through is, do we want to actually have separate processes for a brand newly licensed profession? And once a profession is licensed, who better than that board, right? Board of Dentistry, Board of Optometry, Board of Medicine, to make a determination about what that profession is encountering and what the demands are in terms of knowledge, education, and training that the profession needs. So I'll be respectful of your time, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have related to that or any other things that were come up through this.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman. This might be a bit of a sensitive question, but on the review, the 407, as an optometrist, are you viewed as a allied profession?
Well, yeah, I would say that when you come to the table at a 407 review, if I say, so I'll typically the way it would work is I would give an introduction. I would give usually a half hour to an hour introduction about what the profession is at all. Like, what do we do? What's the training that we go through? And then right away, an ophthalmologist will come after me and belittle the entire education and training that we go through. And so as an allied health profession, as they define that, Medicare defines us as physicians, but however you want to define an allied healthcare profession, the opponents that have equal footing on that immediately have sway. And it's our bias. Our natural bias as humans is like, who's the first physician we see when we're right out of the womb? It's a medical doctor, right? And then we go to our pediatrician's office throughout, and rightfully so. Like, we trust them, we learn to trust them, and so we immediately have a bias as to who understands something better. But none of those physicians, or almost none of them, ever went to optometry school. None of those medical doctors did. And then none of them went to dental school. None of them went to podiatry school. So to ask them to weigh in on what another profession's knowledge, education, and training is, what's required to keep the public safe in some new authority, is not realistic.
Is that same bias, if you will, apply to chiropractors, and does it also apply to, foot physicians?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that we all have our biases.
Sure.
I would say that, but I think we can control those. And I think the same thing, we've looked at state boards. I mean, the Board of Health has bias. Every single physician that's in there, medical doctor, podiatrist, dentist, they've got a bias, but they try to mitigate that bias in the protection of the public.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's something that should be considered. And ultimately, you all consider that when you look at a 407, a detailed 407 outline or report, you consider those biases still. And that's, I think it's part of your responsibility.
I would certainly like to go on record in saying that in the legislature, we have no bias.
Fair enough.
Maybe we need a 407 process for legislators.
Oh, no.
No, I'm not bringing that up. Senator Dick.
Thank you, Chairman Hanson. Thank you for being here today. So I guess I will just ask to clarify, are you saying that you feel like the 407 process is redundant and unnecessary and mucks up the process? Or are you saying that we would need to engage the actual individual boards of each particular practice more in the process? And also, I guess a further question, when you talk about other states where they don't have this process at all, do you feel like the individual boards that are there to protect public health are sufficient in doing the job that maybe we look at the 407 process?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So can I answer your second question first?
Yes.
I think that when you look at what has occurred in professions across the country, when legislators make decisions about scope of practice outside of a 407 type review, those boards have proven, not just within optometry, but in other professions, have proven to protect the public. And so I can speak to optometry that every single time that a scope of practice enhancement has occurred within optometry, the legislature has never, in the entire history of the profession, gone back and rescinded it because the public has been at risk. So that just speaks right to the responsibility of those boards in the state. I think the same can be said with the vast majority of other allied healthcare professions.
Right. Okay.
The first question that you asked was, do I think that the 407 should not exist? Is that how I'm understanding?
Yeah, just
your question?
is it an unnecessary, it adds more political mess than it does actually provide any benefit.
As it stands now, Senator, I think at this point, it's just adding another layer of politics. I mean, it's not people aren't coming to the table with give and take. We've even come before we've introduced legislation to opponents every single time, and there's no give and take. We're sitting in a quiet room, nobody has to see this, and there's no back and forth. So you have to come to that process, and ultimately, you all have to make the final decision. So it slows the process down, and it might give you, a piece here that you can be comfortable with, or a piece there that you can be comfortable with. But if you really want to understand if a new scope enhancement is going to change, you ought to rely on professionals who understand all the nuances of what's required for a profession. And right now, the main piece of that is the Board of Health. And they still are relying on a technical review committee that has nobody who is a technician in that specific profession associated with it, and 3 people who are lay people. And that's not giving you good guidance.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a quick question. You mentioned that you had been through the 407 process 3 times.
Yes.
So, and you may have kind of answered this already, but anytime during those 3 times, did you have the opportunity to meet or come to the table with reviewers or opponents and try to identify common ground or find solutions? And what was that process like? How should it be?
So I could tell you before, I recall meeting in the offices. This was probably in early 10s, maybe 2011, 2010, where we met in the offices of the Nebraska or the Metro Society of Medicine, and there was zero give and take. It was, this is what we'd like to do, and essentially it was, this is not going to happen. Once you get into a 407 review, it is every bit as political as when I sit here in front of you trying to articulate what we're trying to change or adjust. So there's not really any, hey, if we can do this, how does that look? Hey, the last 407 review, we were talking about SLT and on the criteria, the technical review committee said this would be a benefit to the public, agreed, voted all that it would be a benefit to the public, and it would not create an additional significant risk to the public. But they couldn't agree on what the training should be. So if those 2 were correct, and the training that we proposed would achieve those 2, so then you come to the table and say, well, what training? Well, there's no training. It has to be medical school and an ophthalmology residency. No training would suffice there. So it's just, unfortunately, it's adversarial. And I think honestly, the way I see you getting around that is to rely more heavily on the boards who are not there to be political. I know they have bias, but they're not there to be political. They need to say, if this thing occurs, can it be done safely for the public? Can we ensure that people are trained and licensed and regulated well? That would seem to be a very reasonable approach, at least for the technical review committee. And if you still are worried about their bias, you still have the Board of Health opinion to see what they think about it. You still have. I think I could make a case for the director of health, but often it's a MD as Kent had described. But in either case, you have protections available to you that say, yeah, there's too much bias in this opinion. We're protecting as a Board of Health, a separate opinion.
Any other questions? I think you bring up some good points, and I appreciate it as well. And I think you also brought up a good point that the 407 process, maybe since it's been started, has had more weight put on it as I think maybe at one point it was viewed as like an opinion. So it gives us an idea of legislators, okay, if we pass a bill, it's not going to kill everybody, right? It's a safe bill. We have some confidence in maybe that there's not a public safety issue. And I think it's moving upon us as state legislators then to talk to people maybe in our districts who are also in that related field to get a better opinion on that. And ultimately it rests with us to make an opinion, to make a judgment on whether we feel this is right or wrong, right? But it seems like over time, the 407 process is like a make or break for any bill. If it's 407 process, if it doesn't go through it, it's dead in the water no matter what. And so, again, how do you fix that? I think that's what we're hoping to kind of flesh out with this hearing. So I think you made some good points in your testimony. So I appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right. And no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
All right. We have, last but not least, Misty Schimmel with the Nebraska Hearing Society.
Good morning, Senators.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Misty Schmiel, spelled M-I-S-T-I-C-H-M-I-E-L, and I am a board-certified hearing instrument specialist and small business owner from Central Nebraska. I'm here today to testify on LR 397. We appreciate the committee's attention to the 407 process, and we'd like to share our experience to help inform policy moving forward. I've been a licensed hearing instrument specialist in the state of Nebraska since 1998. In 2004, I was a member of the Nebraska Hearing Society's Board of Directors as we went through a scope of practice update under the 407 process. Ultimately, all pertinent issues were worked out between the lobbyists of both interested parties. Proponents and opponents came to a compromise, and I only remember making the trip to Lincoln from Grand Island twice, once to meet with the opposition and their lobbyists, and once more to meet with the Board of Health who approved our changes. My experience since introducing our 407 application in July 2023 has been much different. Over the last year, the Nebraska Hearing Society Board and its members have gone through a 407 process that would clarify that cerumen or earwax management is included in the scope of practice for hearing instrument specialists, as well as allow hearing instrument specialists the use of tinnitus maskers, which are already built within many common hearing aids on the market today to combat ringing in the ears. As a brief introduction to our application, we initially requested legislation be brought during the last legislative session, which was LB 593, introduced by Senator Hardin. That legislation was advanced from this committee, but did not advance in the session due to concerns about the scope of practice clarification having not gone through a 407 process. We submitted our 407 application in July of 2023. The first hearing for the Technical Review Committee was held on September 5th, 2023. At that hearing, we explained our application, answered questions from TRC members, and received their feedback. The Nebraska Medical Association spoke to the application and provided feedback as well. After this hearing, we met with the MMA, incorporated language changes they'd asked for, and submitted our revised application to the TRC on October 5th. The second TRC meeting was held on October 17th. At this hearing, we received first time unanticipated opposition. We held one Zoom call with those who expressed opposition to better understand their concerns and made revisions to our application based on their feedback. After that Zoom call, which was the only time that proponents and opponents ever spoke outside of TRC meetings, and later during the subsequent TRC meetings, no real progress was made. We amended our application after each meeting to try and address concerns we'd heard at the meeting. Our opponents spoke last at each hearing and provided different concerns each time. We often felt that the goalpost was being moved. The TRC did not offer any suggestions or mediate between interested parties, nor did they insist on a compromise or an actual statement of what exactly the opposition would approve. The TRC had concerns with the repeated opposition, so each meeting they did not go any further than schedule additional hearings. We continued to revise our application based on comments made at those hearings, ultimately submitting 3 revised proposals throughout the process. We also continued to solicit feedback from opposition groups, but were rarely successful in these efforts. All those months of travel and meetings culminated in a public event scheduled for April 23rd. We had prepared testimony and supporting materials and traveled to Lincoln to be present for the hearing, but when we arrived, there were not enough TRC members in attendance to meet quorum, and the hearing was postponed. This was frustrating for all sides. I attended these TRC meetings remotely via WebEx a few times, and I did not find this process helpful or sufficient. I would have liked to speak to contradictory statements, but trying to show something through my computer screen would not have been helpful, and it was hard to know when to interject without interrupting someone. There was never consistently a question asked from any TRC members or staff about comments or questions from online attendees. While we believe the 407 process has merit overall, we do think there needs to be changes or clarifications made within that system. First, we believe that TRC members and staff should be further trained on the 407 process, and expectations should be set for their participation. If members attend virtually, which we agree increases access for members across the state, we would expect them to be on camera and participating in the meeting. Additionally, we faced inconsistencies in the information we were given. As an example, our lobby team reached out to confirm the time we would be given to in front of the Credentialing Review Subcommittee on June 10th, as well as the Board of Health meeting that afternoon. The response from staff at DHHS was that we would have 10 minutes to present to the subcommittee, but we would not have time to give a statement at the Board of Health meeting. At the Board of Health meeting later that afternoon, we were asked for a presentation, and not having one prepared, again on the advice of the TRC staff, did not reflect well on our application. Having additional training and clearly communicated expectations throughout the process would have been beneficial. Additionally, the 6 criteria question, which I have included with my testimony, should be cautiously rewritten and or worded differently, as they cause extra undue confusion during our public meeting and could ultimately result in incorrect voting by TRC members. My final recommendation would be that all TRC members get a chance to voice any comments before any final vote is taken. We had very supportive statements made by the last 2 RC members to be polled on the 6 criterion, but that was after other members had already voted. For reference, I have included an overview of our application timeline, as well as the 6 scope of practice criteria. I welcome any questions you may have, and I thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Huh? You're off the hook. Thank you. All right, so those were our invited testimony, and so I will come up to close on LR 397 and answer any questions that you might have.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Again, I apologize for my attire.
No apology
I
necessary.
feel
It's the
like,
interim.
you ever have like that dream where you're like naked in front of everybody?
Yes.
Please.
So not wearing a suit in a hearing is just kind of, it's unusual for me. I just want to come up here and say I appreciate all the testimony we've had from everybody here. I think and I would agree with probably all the committee members that the 407 process does need a thorough looking through, updating. And so having these different opinions for multiple health professions, I think really gives us a good idea of maybe what we need to do for next year as a committee and how we can improve upon the 407 process. So, and I'm just glad horse massage was never a part of the 407 process. So with that, I'll take any questions if anybody has any for some reason. So.
Thank you, Chairman. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, that will close our hearing on LR 397, and we will move on to LR. We will take a 5-minute break. Just kidding.
Just kidding.
Give people time to shuffle. All right, welcome back. Thanks.
She wants you to.
Either way, it's fine.
We'll run out. You gave out a, nobody sits here. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So now we will open it up for LR 366 and welcome Senator Dado.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen. Good morning, members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jen Day, that's Jenday, and I represent Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County. I'm here today to introduce LR 366, my interim study to examine opportunities to improve health outcomes for Nebraska Medicaid beneficiaries and lower overall costs to the state. The LR 366 report, which has been passed out to you, includes background on the social determinants of health, specifics on health-related social needs in Nebraska. Don't worry, I'll explain these in just a moment. The impact of addressing these needs and what these programs might look like for Medicaid recipients in our state. I'd like to thank Alicia Christensen from Together Omaha for her hard work on this report. Social determinants of health are the conditions in which people live, work, and age. Things like whether you have access to higher education, how much you earn, or if the soil in your yard is contaminated with lead. Though these non-medical conditions of daily life have an enormous impact on your health, they are often overlooked. Addressing these social risks is especially effective for low-income populations, which is why the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services announced a Section 1115 demonstration waiver opportunity that expands the tools available to states to address enrollee health-related social needs. CMS defines health-related social needs as an individual's unmet adverse social conditions, like homelessness or food insecurity, that contribute to poor health. Through recently approved 1115 waivers, 19 states are now covering services that include housing support, nutrition support, and case management. Coverage of these services can be life-changing for Medicaid beneficiaries who are more likely to have limited funds and therefore more likely to forego preventative screenings and wellness exams in order to afford basic necessities. These unmet health-related social needs lead to poor health outcomes, increasing the need for more expensive clinical care more often, which drives up healthcare costs. Shifting resources to address health-related social needs is especially effective for Medicaid beneficiaries with high health and social risks, areas like homelessness, food insecurity, or behavioral health that we have struggled to address in Nebraska. This highlights the urgency of addressing these issues, not with the same playbook we've always used with frequent healthcare utilization, expensive crisis interventions and medication, but with new interventions centered around a person's health-related social needs. It's important to note that this option aligns with Governor Pillen's interest in accepting more federal funds and provides a fiscally responsible way to direct federal dollars to programs and populations that need it most. CMS has established clear fiscal policies when it comes to health-related social needs services. Budget neutrality expenditure limits are set based on the projected amount of federal financial participation the state would likely receive without the demonstration. We also have the benefit of seeing the return on investment in other states that have implemented this type of program, which document improved health outcomes and decreases in expensive health services like emergency department use or hospital admittance. Let me give you an example of programming we already have in Nebraska that could be leveraged to improve outcomes and lessen healthcare costs to the states. Whispering Roots, Creighton University, and Charles Drew Health Center have collaborated to create a food pharmacy in Omaha. A food pharmacy is an alternative approach to managing chronic conditions. Instead of, or perhaps in addition to, prescribing medications, healthcare providers can prescribe healthy food for their patients. The target population for this effort is low-income and uninsured Nebraskans with type 2 diabetes. They are referred to the year-long program by a doctor. Then they meet regularly with a dietitian, doctor, and care team. Each month, when patients pick up their food box, they attend cooking, nutrition, stress management, and exercise classes. This program empowers participants to invest in their health and lessen the chance that they'll need to seek emergency care. I encourage you to look at the other examples of leverageable food, nutrition, and housing programs on pages 5 through 8 of Appendix D of the report. The United States spends more than any other country on healthcare, but we see some of the worst health outcomes when it comes to key indicators such as life expectancy. At the heart of this interim study is the idea that once we know better, we must do better. We're spending large amounts of money on treating illness and disease when a substantial body of evidence illustrates that funds would be best spent on prevention and upstream interventions. Shifting our perspective on health policy and investing in new strategies will not only improve health outcomes across the board, but it will also be more cost effective. There are several people behind me who can speak more about the waiver application process and the importance of considering social determinants of health when crafting policy for a healthier Nebraska. I appreciate the committee's time this morning, and I am happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I appreciate, this is the first time I think I've ever seen a definition of food insecurity.
Yeah.
I think it's a question I've asked multiple times of many people who come in front of us with food insecurity. Like, what does it mean to be food insecure?
What is the
Most people
actual
really don't
articulated
know what it
definition?
means.
Right.
It's just kind of an idea, it seems like. So this is the first time I think I've seen a definition of low, medium, severe. So it's,
Yep.
I'm glad you brought that. It's kind of
Yep.
nice. I appreciate that. Seeing no questions.
Okay.
Thank
I
you.
will
Here to
see it
close.
close, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so again, per the recommendation of the introducer of the bill, we will have invited testimony only on LR 366. So we will first recommend that Kevin Bagley come up to testify. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It's good to be back. And good morning, Chairman Hansen and members of the committee. I can genuinely say it is good to be back in this chair speaking with you. My name is Dr. Kevin Bagley, Kevinbagley. I had the pleasure to serve as the state Medicaid director from November 2020 until December 2023. I currently consult with public and private organizations across the country on opportunities to improve Medicaid and other human services programs. I'm here to share some details on how state agencies can leverage those federal funds available under the Medicaid program to improve the return on state investments in meeting citizens' health-related social needs. You've all heard me say before that I believe the Medicaid program in Nebraska is a $4 billion investment in the health of our communities. As an administrator of that program, one of my goals was to maximize the return on that investment. You can see in the report that unmet health-related social needs are the primary drivers of health outcomes. If part of the return on our Medicaid investment is improved health outcomes, we ought to consider investing in meeting some of these health-related social needs. Increasingly, as Senator Day mentioned, states are leveraging their Medicaid program to assist in meeting these needs. This is typically done under the authority of an 1115 waiver or state demonstration waiver, in which new services are defined that would not be part of the typical array of services under the Medicaid program. While it took years of effort and negotiation for the first 3 states to receive federal approval for their demonstration waivers addressing health-related social needs, CMS has since provided standardized guidance to streamline the process for states seeking similar approvals. The requirements for seeking 1115 waiver authority to provide this type of service still make for a protracted timeline compared to other authorities, such as an amendment to a home and community-based services waiver, often taking up to 12 months. Lest that concern you too much, there's a lot of work that goes into standing up the infrastructure for programs like this, and that's part of that 12-month process. It can be done concurrently with that authority. But to be clear on that, it really is a process to get that done. States looking to invest in these services can look to several other states for examples of best practices. North Carolina has operated their Healthy Opportunities pilot, which provides payment to community-based organizations that provide healthy food boxes, housing supports, and that they have recently added supports related to interpersonal violence. Similarly, Arizona, one of the first 3 states with an approval, has spent years working to improve coordination between the Medicaid agency and housing authorities to improve access to affordable housing for their members. In both states, target populations are identified based on their level of need and acuity and offered the opportunity to take advantage of these services, what are called through that 1115 authority in lieu of services. You may hear that phrase get used in the Medicaid space. That's really services provided in lieu of something else, like going to the emergency room or being hospitalized. And so this is where that cost effectiveness provision comes in. Not only does this provide needed supports for the individuals enrolled in the program, it also fosters greater sustainability for the community-based nonprofits already providing and coordinating many of these same supports today. Interestingly, in speaking with current and former directors in Arizona, North Carolina, Oregon, and California, 2 key themes emerge that are critical to the successful implementation of these supports. First, it's vital that agencies and managed care plans meet community and faith-based organizations where they are. We cannot force those organizations to fit into the traditional healthcare delivery model. We can't force them to leverage the same sort of claims payment and processing things that take place today. We need to develop a mechanism that runs parallel to that. Second, investment in infrastructure is critical. It's not enough to simply pay a fee for a service like a food box. There are often critical gaps in the ability of community and faith-based organizations to coordinate with the state, with managed care organizations, and even each other in delivering needed services to members of the community. North Carolina set aside specific funding through its program administration hubs for infrastructure grants to assist in improving the ability of organizations in their community to get that service delivered. And I recommend that as a best practice approach. North Carolina has also invested in shared data systems that allow them to closely track and monitor the delivery of services and evaluate a return on their investment. They recently released their initial findings. Senator Day referenced those. They found significant decreases in hospitalizations and emergency department use, resulting in a net savings of $85 per member per month. And that's net, including the cost of those additional supports. That's a real return on investment. Taking the step to invest in addressing health-related social needs like other investments in preventative care is a step toward long-term sustainability. It not only provides for better health outcomes for some of our most vulnerable citizens, but it also fosters greater economic development in communities across the state by creating jobs and investing in local infrastructure. I'd encourage your thoughtful consideration of this meaningful investment. Thank you for the opportunity to come and testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Bagley. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Walz.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. Really appreciate it. You said in your testimony we cannot force those organizations to fit into traditional healthcare delivery models, in that, let's see, there needs to be a mechanism that runs parallel to it. And then you also talked a little bit about what North Carolina did. Can you explain that just a little bit more in layman's terms so we can understand?
Sure. So you can imagine the amount of administrative infrastructure that a physician's office or a hospital needs in place to properly code any of the services that they provide, put that into the standard data package that then is sent to a claims processing, an EDI transaction manager where they are processing those claims. There's a tremendous amount of effort that goes into that. They have to be HIPAA compliant. They have to provide a lot of really in-depth information. You can imagine asking a food bank now to do that. That's a heavy, heavy lift. And what states found when they started trying to roll this out was that obviously that was too much. to try and ask. And for the type of service that's being provided, it's probably overkill. And so rather than forcing a food bank to act more like a physician office, what they did is they found ways to meet the needs of data security and protecting personal and private information while still kind of allowing for the level of flexibility needed for something like a food bank or other community-based organizations to do that kind of work.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Kevin.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure.
I have so many questions, so many, but I'll stick to just a few. Okay, first, how do some of these other states pay for the state match in these programs?
So there's a lot of different ways that states have identified that they can do that. I would say, North Carolina put some state general fund toward it. Arizona did the same. California did the same. Where that state general fund comes from could be a variety of sources. They could be allocating money away from other programs. They could also be taking money from a surplus. They could be finding other ways to generate revenue. I would say one of the things that it is incumbent on states to look at is where this work is already happening, where state funds are already going toward these type of services for these same populations, and identifying opportunities to take that funding and match it up with federal funds so that you continue to serve the same people in much the same way, but now you've matched it with federal funds here in Nebraska, probably to the tune of about 65 cents on the dollar.
So for programs like food security programs that we currently are supporting, that if we were to do an 1115 waiver like this, we would then take that pot of money and match it with federal funds so we'd be able to serve more people.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity to look there. When you start getting into the nuance of federal Medicaid match and how you start to identify potential areas of match, it gets nuanced and complicated.
Sure.
So I'd say for me, it'd be premature for me to say, this is how you should pay for it.
But that's an opportunity to look at.
Yeah, I would say that's an opportunity to look at.
Okay. I know it's not your job anymore, but are you aware of how many 1115 waivers the state of Nebraska is currently engaged in or applying for?
I believe we have one today. The nuance with 1115 waivers is you could bundle all of your demonstration projects into a single waiver, or you could have them spread out across multiple waivers. It's really kind of a choice on where you want that administrative effort to happen from a state agency perspective. It doesn't necessarily make a difference.
What's our current waiver? Do you know?
The current one that I'm aware of is what gives us the authority to provide a lot of the SUD related services. Under the substance use disorder related services under the Medicaid program.
You're not aware of any waivers that we're engaged in that have to do with the developmentally disabled population?
So those are a different type of waiver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. When we talk about waivers in Medicaid.
This is the problem with you being in front of me, sorry.
I'm always happy to talk about Medicaid. It's a blessing and a curse.
I will just ask you more questions off the mic later, but yes.
Yeah, so I'll just say there are different types of waivers under Medicaid. The 1115 waivers is really for a state demonstration of this isn't part of the federal statute in the Medicaid program, but we would like to do something different than that. And we think it is better for the people that we serve, and we think it's more cost effective or equally cost effective as what we would have done otherwise. So that's an 1115. We also have home and community-based services waivers, which are 1915C waivers for individuals with disabilities or the aged population. And then Just to round it out, a 1915B waiver is what allows us to operate the managed care program in the state. So
Thank you. Your expertise is very needed.
always happy to chat.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Chairman. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I was taken a bit, you used the word government, other states and surplus money, and I'm kind of going, that's not a term that we've dealt with here for some period of time. The other one that I saw about maybe 6 months ago, there was an article in there that some states were looking at food security as part of a Medicaid program. Can you enlighten us? Did that just fall short, or is that a pilot project, or is that happening someplace in the country?
It absolutely is. So Senator Day mentioned there's about 19 states currently with authority to do that. Whether or not they've all implemented a program, I'd say the answer is no on that front yet, largely because a lot of them are early in the process of standing that up. So there's time that it takes. I mentioned 12 months. I'd say up to 12 months. It may be 6 months to get the authority. But it takes time to build the connections and the data exchange and put contracts in place and make sure everyone understands how the money flows as well as how the service is supposed to take place.
I know Medicaid is now being discussed along with food security, but it's also affordable housing and I don't know what else, but it becomes pretty much a total comprehensive kind of lifestyle. The challenge that I have with it is I don't worry about the very wealthy people in their health care. Quite frankly, I worry less about those that are on Medicaid because a lot of those with my constituents, it's much better health plan than what the middle class has. And they're paying $800 or $900 a month to get that. So we're going to end up here either forcing more people onto Medicaid or we're really going to have a problem here with the quote unquote middle class. So all of a sudden, the resulting fact as I see it, maybe this is more of not intended to be a lecture, but is, I don't see any way around, government in total health care. And I'm not a fan of that, but we're moving in that direction rather quickly, I think. You can tell me I'm crazy on the mic if you want to.
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
Or you might want to, you're just not going to.
No, I would say we could probably have hours of conversation about the cost of private health insurance in the country and what that looks like and whether we get what we really pay for out of that. But I'd say on the Medicaid front, really what we're starting to see is two things that converge. One is the financing model of Medicaid makes it an opportune place to make these type of, I'll call them social and economic investments. Affordable housing and food supports are things that most states want to try and ensure is in place. Medicaid as a financing model recognizes that a lot of the same people that we're trying to serve from a food insecurity and an affordable housing standpoint are part of the Medicaid program. And then the financing model is open-ended a little bit from a federal funds perspective. If we want to put up the state match and we can justify to our federal partners that we think this is a cost-effective means of providing care for this population, then we have an opportunity to bring those federal funds in to supplement programs that are already being done. So I think that's where you're seeing a lot of interest from states on that front, is Medicaid becomes an effective module for delivering the funding on that. But yeah, we could talk for hours on affordability of private healthcare.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being back here again.
Good to be back.
All right. Next up is Sarah Howard.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you for allowing me to visit with you today. My name is Sarah Howard, spelled SARHOWARD, and I'm a policy advisor for First Five Nebraska, a statewide organization focused on public policies that promote the care, education, and healthy development of Nebraska's youngest children. My position at First Five specifically addresses maternal and infant health policy because we know that healthy moms and babies are critical to ensuring the long-term success of children in our state. I'm here to testify on LR 366. Okay, so I'll stop reading there. So a couple of years ago, former Senator Burke Carr took me out for sushi and was like, I want to pick your brain, which is actually the price of picking my brain, is like taking me out for sushi. And he was like, listen, other states are applying for things through Medicaid that are not medical. And I was like, nope, can't be done. Because the traditional Medicaid model is you have the right provider, so a credentialed provider, you just sat through hours of credentialing, the right person, so an eligible enrolled person in Medicaid, and the right service, so a service that's already in your state plan that you can provide and get billed for. That is what Medicaid used to be. And then in 2023, CMS issued guidance around allowing Medicaid to pay for what are called health-related social needs, or HRSNs. And it's become like a new era for Medicaid. It's really exciting. I went to a conference this summer and everybody was like, let's talk about HRSNs. And I was like, let's do it. It's the idea that Medicaid is now willing to go beyond just the medical service and say, okay, the best example I have is, if you have a diabetic who's non-compliant with his insulin regimen, and you find out that the reason why they're non-compliant is because they don't have a refrigerator at home to keep their insulin refrigerated. And so Medicaid would be willing to pay for that refrigerator so that this person can become compliant and honestly have a better health outcome, but also be cheaper in that regard, because you won't have those exigent emerging health issues. So when we think about Medicaid paying for these health-related social needs, it's all of the wraparound services that impact your health. These are the social determinants of health. And so I'm going to just speak to what other states are doing around pregnant women in particular, which is super duper exciting. And a lot of these waivers have been approved because pregnant women are a target population that we want to make sure they have a good outcome, right? We want to have healthy mothers, we want to have healthy babies. And so having waivers that specifically support pregnant women have been approved pretty predominantly in other states. So I'll just read for a second. So while states can use waivers for a variety of different Medicaid eligible populations, not just pregnant women, pregnant and postpartum women are a key group that can benefit from these supports. And this is because unmet social needs often make pregnant women more vulnerable to pregnancy complications and adverse birth outcomes like preterm birth, preeclampsia, and low birth weight. 14 prenatal visits are recommended during a woman's pregnancy, but health-related social needs can affect this access to care. Further, unmet social needs during the 12-month postpartum period have been associated with higher rates in depression of anxiety for new mothers. And I will remind you that in Nebraska, we do have a higher rate of completed maternal suicides than a lot of other states of our size, about 3 to 4 every year, which is too high for anybody, but it's something that I harp on a lot because I think maternal mental health is something that we should have a bigger conversation about. And on the backside, I've given you a chart of waivers that have been approved in other states for specific services for pregnant women and new mothers. So housing has been obviously the most popular one, right? If you are unhoused and you're a new mother, where are you going to go with your baby? But what's interesting about this is that some other states have been approved for a match for utility costs for these mothers, for one-time moving costs, but also home modifications. And when I ask, what's a home modification? It's buying a crib for your baby. Right? It's getting that table ready so that you can change their diapers. It's buying the high chair so that you can feed them properly. And so it's all of those things that we think of as easy to get, but for other families, maybe they're not. The nutrition support specifically in other states have been really interesting for mothers with gestational diabetes. They've offered them pre-packaged meals to help them manage that diabetes. We know gestational diabetes can result in adverse birth outcomes, and so addressing it early and addressing it comprehensively through nutrition supports can be really important. And then the last one, and we'll have a larger conversation about it, I hope, in the session, is diapers. Diapers are far too expensive for families, and we know that the state has their eye on what are the things that are really breaking the bank for families, and diapers are the thing for a lot of families. And in some states, they've been approved for Medicaid waivers. And just bear in mind that the match kind of matches the population that you're serving. So I don't know off the top of my head, Kevin probably knows better than I do, but the match for pregnant women is actually fairly high. So for every $1 that we spend, it's usually around 70 cents that we get back. It varies. And then for babies, obviously, it's usually, sometimes in CHIP, it's about 76%, 76 cents. It varies. So for every $1 that we spend, we get 70 some cents back from the federal government to provide a very needed and necessary service. So I'm happy I got the chance to chat with you about this, and I'm also happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Man, there are none.
I crushed it. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, I'll see you in a minute. I'll
Thank
be
you.
back later.
All right, and last of the invited testifiers, Lee Hebelbauer.
Senator Hansen, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lee Heffelbauer, L-E-E-H-E-F-L-E-B-O-W-E-R. I represent the Nebraska Coalition to End Sexual and Domestic Violence. The coalition is a network of 20 programs collectively serving 93 counties in Nebraska and the primary service providers for domestic and sexual violence survivors. And I'm here to share information with you on the benefits of a Medicaid 1115 waiver and providing housing assistance for survivors of violence. Intimate partner violence is prevalent across America, and our Nebraska network programs answered over 36,000 crisis calls last year and provided in-person support to over 11,000 victims. The rates of victimization statewide are similar across both rural counties and urban counties. Domestic violence is a national health concern due to high rates of victimization. The experience of abuse puts survivors at an elevated risk for a broad range of physical and mental health problems. Survivors and their children also experience social effects, including poverty, social isolation, and housing instability, which are additional risks for poor health outcomes. Many domestic violence survivors and their children lose their housing when they escape abuse and often face significant challenges in paying for housing expenses when seeking safety. Abusers often use tactics of economic abuse in addition to violence to control their partners. This can leave survivors with difficulties in regaining financial stability and a lower household income after leaving the abuse. As a result, domestic violence is the leading cause of homelessness nationally and across Nebraska. Survivors of domestic violence must often make a distinct choice between remaining in an abusive relationship or becoming homeless due to a lack of financial resources to pay for housing. Nebraska has an opportunity through a Medicaid Section 1115 waiver to improve health outcomes and reduce health disparities for survivors. As domestic violence causes significant physical and mental health impacts, a waiver could provide a key safety net that allows for the provision of housing assistance. Safe, stable housing can be a critical factor in stabilizing the health impacts on survivors. As domestic violence, housing instability, and homelessness are all significant health risks, Medicaid would be an excellent resource to provide support for these issues. The Nebraska Coalition recognizes the importance of safe, stable housing for survivors and their children, and we appreciate your support in looking at this issue. I would also add, it was mentioned earlier that the North Carolina model, they have 4 pillars to their demonstration project, and one of those is to address interpersonal violence. So it's shown in other states that this is really an important way to make a difference by using this sort of flexibility. I think it's just really an amazing opportunity and would do an immense service to the survivors that are all of our network programs serve.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. And we'll welcome back Senator Day to close.
Thank you. I did want to mention the representative from Unite Us, which is the organization that powers North Carolina's system, could not be here today, but she did submit testimony online. So I think that would be helpful to read if you can get access to that. One of the quotes from that was, she said, North Carolina's Healthy Opportunities Pilot is operated on NC Cares 360, a statewide closed-loop referral technology powered by Unite Us. With Unite Us, North Carolina is able to connect Medicaid beneficiaries to needed services, pay the community-based organizations for those services, and track the outcomes in real time, so no dollar or resource goes to waste. I think, so this is something that I've been interested in for a while, and even before I understood the concepts of it when I worked in health and wellness previous to being a senator, it was something that I dealt with every single day. People would come to us and say, you know, my doctor told me I need to be on this medication. How can you help me not have to do that? And we would inadvertently address these things, food, exercise, movement, whatever that might be, through our, you know, being professionals. That's for people who have access to those types of things, right? We, you know, they can afford $150 a month gym membership. They can afford to go to the store and buy whatever they need in terms of food. But I think the bottom line is understanding, like, what is healthcare, right? If we know that people have adverse, worse health outcomes because of these specific social aspects of their lives, I believe it is our duty as senators in government to examine that and figure out how we can address that, not only for the people that live here in Nebraska that we represent, but also because it saves us money in the long run. This is modern healthcare, right? For a long time, healthcare has been based on you go to the doctor, you get a pill, and then you get sent home. Modern healthcare is examining all of the different aspects of a person's life so you can improve the long-term outcomes. And again, because we are a country that spends more than everywhere else in the world on healthcare with some of the worst outcomes, bridging some of that gap in the meantime. How do we improve outcomes for people while spending less money? And this really important ways that we can do that. And so I appreciate the testifiers coming today to help explain to us some of the mechanisms of how that could work here in Nebraska. So I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? There are none. Thank you very much. That'll close the hearing for LR 366. And then we will open it up for the next one, LR 433. And welcome back to Senator Day to open.
Good morning, almost afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Jen Day, that's Jenday, and I represent Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County. I'm here today to introduce LR 433, an interim study to examine access to maternal and child health data in Nebraska. Healthcare for moms and babies in Nebraska is something that is near and dear to my heart. Last year, I brought an interim study focused on maternal care deserts. As my office studied the information and data surrounding maternal care deserts, we discovered a deeper challenge in our understanding of the status of moms and babies in Nebraska: data access. Being able to access and make sense of maternal and child health data should be seen as an upstream intervention in improving health outcomes across our state. Data tells us where we're making progress and where we're missing the mark when it comes to birth rates, mortality, morbidity for mothers, and maternal care deserts. When we don't have access to rich health data, we are attempting to develop solutions without fully understanding the problem. Alternatively, when we do have access to quality data, we can craft meaningful solutions and track the impact over time. The legislature plays an important role in ensuring that data can be accessed and used effectively. Essentially, it authorizes the collection and sharing of certain data. A good example of this is the Child Death Review Team established by the Nebraska Legislature in 1993, which reports on child and infant deaths in our state and provides key recommendations for prevention based on those numbers. The reports created by the Child Death Review Team are then used to educate policymakers and the public. I cannot emphasize this enough. This is life-saving data. Knowing how powerful it can be when it comes to improving the health of moms and babies, we have a responsibility as legislators to ensure that data on these topics is accessible and that we use it to inform our response to poor health outcomes we see in our state. Today, you'll hear from several testifiers from the Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative, or NPIC, City Match, and Align Nebraska on the issue of data collection in Nebraska. They will dive into the importance of data collection for mothers and babies, what current data tells us about the status of this vulnerable population, and challenges that researchers run into as they attempt to collect and analyze data. DHHS will have a testifier to share their work in this important area, and First 5 Nebraska will touch on some solutions that the legislature may consider to address care deserts. As a mom, I know that every pregnancy, every birth experience, and every baby is more than just a number on a spreadsheet. But when we aggregate those experiences, they can tell us so much about how mothers and babies are doing in our state. I appreciate the committee's time and attention to this important issue, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'm assuming you'll stay to close?
Yes, I will.
All right, good deal. So again, we have invited testifiers for LR 433. So we will first actually bring up Charity Menifee with the department to start. Welcome back.
Hello, thanks for having me again. Getting my notes together here. All right. Good morning, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is still Charity Menifee, Charity Menefee, and I'm the Director of the Division of Public Health for the Department of Health and Human Services. Data is an important tool and is needed for the implementation of public health programs and for medical providers and researchers to improve the health of mothers and babies throughout Nebraska. Healthcare data for both mothers and babies are collected through various routes, such as newborn screening and collecting vital event information regarding the characteristics of the mother, birth, and prenatal care. In cases where a mother, fetus, or infant death has occurred, characteristics of the decedent and the death is collected. Survey information from new mothers and of birth defect information is collected when applicable. Knowing the importance of this data, the department has developed and gone live with a publicly accessible dashboard providing finalized annual statistics, trends, and data collected from vital events between 2005 and 2023. The attached handout provides both images from the dashboard and a QR code that will take you to it. This dashboard offers aggregate and de-identified information such as birth rates, demographics of the mother, such as the age, race, ethnicity, and marital status, characteristics of the pregnancy, such as prenatal care, chronic conditions, and smoking status, and characteristics of the birth, such as the weight of the baby, breastfeeding, and gestational age. Each of these is provided at the state, local health department, and urban rural levels when the number of events allows for adequate protection of identification. This information can be used by community groups, medical providers, researchers, and the public to help understand areas of improvement or where additional resources are needed, a crucial first step. Additionally, to complement the annual finalized data dashboard, the one that you're seeing today, and provide access to more timely preliminary data, the department is developing a dashboard with preliminary quarterly vital events data. This will be available in late spring 2025. The department will be updating the preliminary data dashboard a quarter behind. These updates will make the data needed to identify and address key areas of concern available in a quicker and more comprehensive fashion than many of our surrounding states. Furthermore, the department has an approved process by which researchers can request more detailed data from public health registries and surveys that have been successfully utilized for the Pregnancy Risk Assessment Monitoring System, or PRAMS, birth defects, vital records, and cancer registry data thus far. I'm also happy to report that the department is working with 2 major Nebraska research institutions to further expedite the release of registry data for health researchers using a new data sharing agreement, which we are piloting with cancer data. Once the proof of concept is complete, we plan to replicate this with vital event data for those organizations. Through those partnerships, we believe that we will be able to significantly improve the timely sharing of data with researchers attempting to identify needs and potential solutions that will improve the health of Nebraska mothers and babies. Data privacy is an important component in any data sharing arrangement. The healthcare information gathered through each of these collection events involves highly sensitive, identifiable information. The department must comply with Nebraska statutes that restrict the access and use healthcare data and the use of healthcare data And as a HIPAA-covered entity, the department must also comply with HIPAA to ensure the healthcare information is protected and released appropriately. In cases where data requests cannot be legally fulfilled due to data privacy or Nebraska statutes, the department works to provide timely reports that offer analysis and recommendations that partners can use to inform their efforts. Examples of the reports published within last year include the Child and Maternal Death Review annual reports, the PRAMS annual reports, and the Severe Maternal Morbidity Report. In all cases, the department releases reports as quickly as possible within similar timeframes as our peer states while ensuring quality, adherence to data governance standards, and national best practices. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to this study.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Who are the Nebraska Research Institutes that you are working with?
UNMC and Creighton.
Okay. And what role, if any, is we used to be knee high, now it's Sync Health play in this?
They're not a part of those specific data sharing agreements because that's specifically with public health data and the registry data that we receive. So they're not in that portion. If there were data requests that would go through the health information exchange, those requests go through their board, the HIT board, Health Information Technology Board.
So, sorry. So the data that goes to Sync, you're not drawing that data out from them?
We are getting that data. Potentially, if the registry data comes through Sync to us, then yes, that is part of it. But ultimately, that's part of our statutory requirements for those registries. So it's our data. So we are working with those institutions on a data sharing agreement through that process.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if we're duplicating contract, like work that Sync is doing versus what these other contracts might be doing, because I am also looking at budgets for next year. And so I'm not quite understanding, but maybe you and I can talk offline.
I think that would probably be helpful because it's a lot more complicated than I can get into
seems
today.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Dr. Ann Anderson-Berry. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm Dr. Ann Anderson-Berry, for the record, ANN-ANDERSONBERRY. I'm a UNMC faculty member and the medical director for the Nebraska Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative, NPIC. However, today I am not speaking as a representative of the university. I'm here today to testify on behalf of NPIC and in my role as a private citizen on issues pertinent to LR 433. Timely access to data from the state of Nebraska, specifically maternal child health data from Nebraska DHHS, will allow us to better perform our prescribed work decreasing maternal and infant morbidity and mortality. NPIC has a close working relationship with DHHS Maternal and Child Health Division, and we are very pleased with the Nebraska Vital Statistics Birth Dashboard that was released this week. It allows access to 2023 data and past year's data and the ability to trend this at the state, county, health district level. Thank you. This is a big step forward. Like any quality improvement professional, I see opportunities for Nebraska to continue to improve on this with timely quarterly updates as previously updated and increased specifics on delivery complications and neonatal outcomes. As medical director of NPIC, I ensure a close collaboration with all of Nebraska's delivery hospitals, support perinatal clinicians, and serve Nebraska communities. A major part of our work is the implementation of quality improvement initiatives designed to prevent perinatal health issues and reduce maternal and infant morbidity and mortality. The development of interventions that work in specific settings, rural versus urban, critical access versus large city, is a key part of this work and is driven by accurate and timely access to data. Information on pregnancy and neonatal complications and outcomes at the delivery center level is important information that could help both mothers and infants. Without timely and granular information about the rates and causes of severe maternal morbidities and mortalities in our state, NPIC is unable to accurately plan our next steps in implementation of best practice to prevent undesired outcomes. Conditions such as pregnancy-induced hypertension and increased risk for maternal hemorrhage can be managed safely if appropriate protocols are put into place, allowing teams to recognize risk early and intervene appropriately. Intervention looks different in different hospitals. For critical access hospitals, this might mean transfer to the closest center, or it may be transfer to the highest acuity center in the state. Without data, we can't help build these protocols to meet the needs of mothers and infants. Another example of a very important medical concern which lacks statewide data is the syphilis epidemic. Individuals of all ages and walks of life are being diagnosed with syphilis at rates that are unimaginable from just a few years ago. As usual, pregnancy is a high-risk situation. Syphilis during pregnancy often results in stillbirth, and if a baby survives to delivery without maternal treatment, the infection can have a profound impact on an infant, leading to vision and hearing loss, seizures, developmental delays, and disrupting skeletal and tooth development. The simple, effective, and cheap treatment for syphilis is penicillin. We know that in Nebraska, testing for maternal population isn't being performed according to current recommendations. Syphilis can be a silent infection. Moms don't feel sick. Infants at birth may not display signs of the disease. It is later in infancy, after the treatment window is closed, that damage presents. It can be difficult to convince communities that they have a problem with syphilis that warrants the work of a quality improvement project to implement best practices. Those are 3 syphilis tests, 2 during pregnancy and 1 at delivery, without hospital and community-specific data. Specifically on a topic like sexually transmitted infections, where there is perceived judgment from diagnosis, communities can be uncomfortable doing this work. Without a data-informed, coordinated, and successful intervention, we will have dozens more Nebraska infants impacted by a syphilis infection in the coming year. Thank you for your consideration of issues discussed today under LR 433. Access to specific, timely, and accurate data at a granular hospital level will allow dedicated healthcare professionals like me to translate the important working goals of DHHS into actionable care at the point of delivery and delivery hospitals of all sizes across Nebraska. We need to have the flexibility in our state data sharing to pivot, providing additional data points if it becomes apparent that this is critical to the health outcomes of Nebraska mothers and infants. A static defined dashboard can't meet this need. We need data about outcomes at the point of care delivery and on a quarterly time frame for it to be most valuable. It is imperative that we have more complete access to data to understand the specific needs of pregnant women across Nebraska. You all serve different districts, and I think each of you could easily articulate how your district is unique and important to Nebraska. What I'm asking is for the same privilege, data to describe how unique each Nebraska healthcare setting is, and then I'll work to get outstanding outcomes. Increased data access will allow us to work together to improve maternal healthcare delivery, leading to healthier moms and babies here in Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? There are none. Oh, Senator Repeat.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a quick question. I maybe have to plead ignorance on this. Does the state of Nebraska have a requirement for screening for syphilis for newborns?
We do not.
We do not.
No. I would love to see a screening bill come forward this year because this is causing a lot of injury to our families.
It seems that that's not a very complicated screening.
It
so
is.
It can't be very expensive to do.
This is also correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for the education. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. All right, thank you. And next up is Dr. Chad Ambrish. All right. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the committee. My name is Chad Abrish. That's ChadAbresch. I am chairperson for the Department of Health Promotion at UNMC and senior advisor for CityMatch, which is a national maternal and child health organization. Today, I'm testifying as an individual, and my position does not represent that of the University of Nebraska system. Politicians and public health professionals share something in common. We both tend to think wrongly about public health data. What I mean by that is we often think about it as competition rather than cooperative. We want our state to be number one, like we do our football team or our volleyball team, which is close, by the way. But when we view public health data in this way and the outcomes don't match our expectations, politicians and public health professionals become acrimonious and we all lose. I'll give you a tragic example. In 2015, a Midwestern state was contracting with our team at UNMC to help reduce their infant mortality. The state's governor at that time was also running for the US presidency, and consequently concerns were raised by his office about why their state needed to contract with experts from Nebraska to improve health outcomes. The answers provided by that state's public health officials framed the reason in competitive terms. We have the worst rates in the nation for Black infant mortality and the second worst rates for white infant mortality. This gave the governor's office serious concern, and a call was scheduled with lawyers from his office. On that call, we were ordered to cease our work immediately. In preparation for today's hearing, I checked that state's infant mortality rate and was saddened to see that they had made no significant progress since that time, again, about a decade. Again, when we view public health data like a competition, politics and public health can become adversarial and we all lose. There are infants in that state, many of them, whose lives could have been saved in that past decade if everyone would have viewed the issue as a cooperative opportunity. So I say in Nebraska right now, we have a very important cooperative opportunity to save the lives of our babies. Just under 6 Nebraska babies die for every 1,000 who are born. Unfortunately, we can't save every one of these babies yet, but we know from what other states have already accomplished that it's possible to save 2 of these 6 babies. With our number of births, this would mean a total of 50 Nebraska babies saved every year. A couple of weeks ago, I took a packed flight home from Seattle, 6 passengers abreast all the way back for as many rows as I could see. Picture that crowded plane full of people. If we work together in a decade's time, we could save enough Nebraska babies to pack 3 of those planes and still need a 4th aircraft for the overflow. How amazing would that be? To accomplish this achievable goal, it will take politicians, medical providers, and public health experts working together like we are doing right now here today. We already have the needed expertise within our state. You've heard today from experts who know how to improve medical care. In addition to this, within the College of Public Health at UNMC and elsewhere, we have experts who know how to examine data in fine detail to identify our most strategic areas of opportunity. We have other experts who know how to implement community-based programs that address social needs. We also have home visiting, doula, and community health worker programs that are working and can be expanded. I believe we also have the political will needed. Just look at the unanimous passage of Prenatal Care Plus in the last session. Clearly, we care about the well-being of Nebraska babies. We simply need to make sure that we have as much data as possible to guide us and commit to viewing this as a cooperative opportunity to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, Senator Reapy?
Thank you, Chairperson. Under the concept that we could save 2 of 6 lives, do you think that we could fund this through the workforce development program?
I think that we could fund it with existing programs. I don't think it's a matter of needing more funding or additional resources to do it. I think it's about marshaling the expertise and the programs that we already have.
It seems like a program with merit. I'm just trying to figure out how to push the funding off to somebody else. Thank you very much for being here.
Yes.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Dr. Bob Renner.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Bob, B-O-B, Rauner, R-A-U-N-E-R. So I've actually sent a lot of these visuals to you by email previously, the link, so you can look at them yourself. One of the biggest challenges in the past with Nebraska is incomplete data or delayed or missing data has been one of the biggest challenges we've had to improving the health of Nebraskans. I'm really happy to see that one of those problems has been solved on Monday with the release of the dashboard. Data challenges for public health usually come in 3 buckets. First is no trend over time. You got to see how you're doing over time. Just knowing that you're 10% better or 10% worse really doesn't help. And then some comparison to some other entity like another state. So the first thing I put on that visual, and this is actually a link, and you can click on every state to see how we compare on infant mortality in Nebraska. The bad news is our trend for infant mortality is going up, and we're in the bottom half of states at this point. Now, we're not as bad as Mississippi and Ohio, Missouri, but we're worse than, say, Colorado and New Jersey. And by seeing how well New Jersey's doing, we can know, just like Chad said, that we could actually we could prevent 2 out of those 6 deaths because New Jersey's doing it. So we know it's possible. The other thing is being able to dive down even deeper. So the dashboard gives us some of the things we need, but there's also some other drill downs we need as well. The second page, I've got 2 comparisons, and that's the adequacy of prenatal care across Nebraska by health district for 2 different types of folks on private insurance and folks on Medicaid. Nebraska, we often do pretty well on average, but our big problem often is our disparity between the rich and the poor, for example. We have some of the worst disparities in the country when it comes to that. And what you see is that for adequacy of prenatal care for private health insurance, everybody's above the Healthy People 2030 goal. That's what we've considered the green territory. So the whole country's trying to work to that. Where we fall down is our Medicaid population. But you see, it's not the same across the state. And so kind of like Chad says, it's not a competition for who's what better for worse, but by having that kind of data, you can go find out who is already doing it actually. Turns out Western Nebraska is doing well. I like that because I'm a Sidney, Nebraska native, so I like to see Sidney doing better. I was actually at a site visit out in Gering with the Community Action Partnership of Western Nebraska to talk about their opinions about what they're doing right, and learned a lot of good ideas about what they're doing right. I think that we could actually learn from them in Lincoln and Omaha. As far as timeliness of data, the next slide I have is actually Community Action Partnership of Western Nebraska. They're a federally qualified health center. Their data always goes up in the HRSA site every year. So you can see as of 2023 for adequacy of prenatal care, they're at 92% of women getting in by the first trimester for their clinic. So they've obviously got it figured out. So one of the best things by having data like this is that there's a technique called positive deviance. With any group, you can find a wide variation. Sometimes you find people have already figured it out. And by going after and figuring out what they're doing and spreading that around, that's how you solve things. So the availability of the dashboard, which is new, we haven't had data like that in Nebraska that's been 2 to 3 years new for a long time. We used to, but we lost it for a while. So it's great to see that coming back. I've actually used that dashboard twice already this week. I would do some consulting with Creighton University on a health disparities grant for the Black and Hispanic populations in Omaha. And we needed some breastfeeding data from 2023, and there it was for us to use. And we've already sent it out and started setting targets based on that data. Yesterday, I was working on a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation grant to fund community health workers in Lincoln and Omaha, or Lincoln and Grand Island, and I could find right there what the adequacy of prenatal care was as of 2023. So having that's essential for grant funding, for successful OA evaluations. People like to talk about running things like a business. No business runs on 3-year-old data. So having this data yearly and hopefully soon quarterly will be really a big step forward for us. I think the next step forward is talking about more in depth, and I'm happy to find here that we actually now have a mechanism for researchers to work with this data. 3 years ago when I started, there was no mechanism, and so we had to go to the CDC. And so my organization, we actually had to apply to the CDC to get Nebraska's data. So we actually get all your data, we just get it from the CDC a year later. We have a data use agreement that handles all the confidentiality issues. So now that we finally have a process, I think we can do a lot of really good stuff in Nebraska. Another thing to keep in mind, though, we've all talked a little bit about dollars and cents. This is an area where we could actually save a lot of money for Nebraska. I put some, by numbers, like for one thing I call out, we have 2,713 NICU admissions in 2022. That was very expensive. I've linked to in the email I sent you the Healthcare Cost Institute. Average cost of a NICU admission is $72,000. That means we spent roughly $193 million just on NICU admissions alone in 2022. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. When the kid goes home 2 weeks later, there may be speech therapy, occupational therapy, feeding tubes, medications, visits. If you're in the school environment, they have to start providing early intervention services for some of those kids. If you're in a K through 12 school environment, that's a lot of some of your special ed costs. Last night, Lincoln Public Schools passed its budget. 18% of the LPS budget go to special education. That's $97 million a year. K through 12 schools across the state probably spend somewhere between $600 and $700 million on special education services. So just think if we could make improvements in emergency knowledge health, that's a lot of money to be saved for some of these programs. So like I said before, I'm really excited that we have access that we didn't used to have before. We finally do have a process now to access that data. It's in state statute. There's sort of a change in philosophy, and it's nice to see the pendulum switching back. There's other states that have been doing some good collaboration. I've got an example from the Kansas Breastfeeding Coalition I put there as well, where they've been doing this already in Kansas. We're actually in the process of recreating a Nebraska version of the Kansas Breastfeeding Coalition report. We will have 2022 data. Hopefully we'll soon have 2023 data for that report. So that's my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Reapy.
I'd simply like to commend you. You've been after this for a long time.
Yeah, a few decades, yeah.
Yes, you have. So bless you for
Yeah.
it. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Chairman.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for coming. We'll save the best for last. Sarah Howard, welcome back.
Okay, I'm the person between you and lunch, so I'll be super duper fast per protocol. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Sarah Howard, spelled S-A-R-A, H-O-W-A-R-D. I'm a policy advisor for First Five Nebraska, a statewide organization focused on public policies that promote the care, education, and healthy development of Nebraska's youngest children. My position at First Five Nebraska specifically addresses maternal and infant health policy because we know that healthy moms and babies are critical to ensuring the long-term success of children in our state. I'm here to testify on LR 433. So my testimony was predominantly focused on what is your role as policymakers. So it's really twofold. One is to make that data accessible, and the other one is to use that data to craft policy that is effective and relevant, right? And so the first thing I'll remind you of is that you've done a really good job in terms of data access. So, Senator Day mentioned in 1993, we had this spate of 300 plus child deaths, and so they created the Child Death Review Team. In 2013, we added maternal mortality to that team's role. And then just last year, you actually added a review of severe maternal morbidity to that role. And this committee passed that unanimously. It was passed by the legislature, and they released their first report in July. And so we're just now starting to learn about what's happening for mothers at labor and delivery in those near miss death events that will hopefully craft and guide policy into the future. The other place where you did a really good job is by utilizing that data to craft policy. And a previous testifier mentioned the Prenatal Plus program, but I was flabbergasted when we started digging into the data for that bill, and we found out that over half of Medicaid births have some type of adverse risk factor, adverse birth outcome, whether it's low birth weight or preterm or spending time in the NICU. And so having policies that are guided by data is incredibly important. I feel like we should give like tons of high fives to DHHS for releasing the dashboard. It's been a hope and a dream, like ever since I took this role. And so like just having it come out on Monday, I in my heart, I think it's because we had this lovely hearing about data that they were like, oh, we better get that out there. But it's really going to start to tell us about the status of mothers and children in the state, and a dashboard is just the beginning, right? But bear in mind that that dashboard is not anywhere in statute. They could take it down at any moment. They could never update it again, and we would just have the data from today. And so that's something for you to consider as policymakers, whether that data is useful and whether you want to make sure that you keep getting it. The other piece that I'll mention, and this is a little bit of nuance from Bob Rauner's testifier, Dr. Rauner's testimony, but he applied to the CDC to create a data agreement. We don't actually have an application process for researchers who would like to create a data agreement with the state of Nebraska. So I think that's probably an opportunity for us to clarify that that's an avenue where we do want to have an application. We do want to make sure that you're a real researcher or a real academic, or you really meet the call of the statute in order to access this data. The final thing I'll mention is syphilis, because if you've met with me over the past couple of months, I've been talking about syphilis. Syphilis is, when we think about our stillbirth death outcomes, that was something that we worked on a couple of years ago, is making sure that we can monitor them. Syphilis can be a leading cause of stillbirth death outcomes. And so right now in our statutes, it literally says at the first visit you check for syphilis and then never again. And so at the first prenatal visit, you're checking for syphilis, but then we don't test again. And because it's such like a silent disease, you don't necessarily know if you have it. You don't necessarily know if you've been reinfected. You will hopefully see an opportunity to update the statute to the best practice, which is at the first visit, which we already have, at a visit in the third trimester, and then at labor and delivery. And that way you can deliver that preventative care, that treatment right away for that baby and prevent adverse birth outcomes. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but standing between you and a sandwich is not my ideal place. And so if there is anything I can help with in that regard, I'm happy to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? I got one.
You want to talk about syphilis?
Yeah. Oh, that's a longer conversation.
It's later. We'll save it for later. We'll go offline
That's
on
been
that
like
one.
the response for everything else. Why do states have an agreement? with researchers, like why is this, there's not really sensitive material, I would think that they.
Sure, I think, we want to have a data use agreement so that we're clear on if there is sensitive material, how we're using that material, what we're sharing publicly, right? Somebody might use it exclusively for a research project instead of sharing it publicly. And so our data use agreements are generally because we want to protect the confidentiality of the information that's being shared.
But why would it be concerned about the confidentiality?
If it's all aggregate, it might not all be aggregate to a researcher.
Okay.
The researcher may aggregate it for them, right? But it might not all be.
That's what I was just wondering. Okay.
It's a good question, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll welcome back Senator Day to close.
Okay, just very briefly, I think we got some really great ideas going forward for pieces of legislation of how we can use some of this data more effectively or ways that we can improve on the collection of data going forward. I think that I have some great ideas for the upcoming session. And also too, as a couple of people mentioned, thankful to DHHS for making that dashboard live on Monday. Timing of that with this hearing, I will not speculate on, but it is there and hopefully it remains that way so that we can all access, especially the practitioners that need this data, this life-saving information. So thank you for your time today.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That'll close the hearing for LR 433 and then I'll close the interim hearings for today. Thank you.